should check out your screen. We're gonna just have this weird streaming turducken, and it's just gonna be chaos.
Yeah, weird streaming turducken. If you check out my stream, Deus has a posse. And he has no idea who these people are yet. It's great. So yeah, we're live. We're good to go.
Okay. Hi, Twitch. This is Rad. We're playing a new game today that I've never played before. It's Disco Elysium. I'm going in blind.
Deus
Hi,
is
YouTube.
indeed going in blind. Hi, Twitch. Hi, YouTube.
There you go.
Welcome back.
There you go.
I have played this game before. I've played this game twice, and I've seen a few different people play it through, so I know what ride we're in for, and I know a couple of different ways that the game can go. I'm going to let Deus do whatever he wants to do and just kind of be a guide and talk about stuff along the way, because there's a lot of options and a lot of content. The only thing I'm going to suggest is that we talk about some stats when we're building a character. I get the feeling you're probably going to want to build a character instead of using any of the 3 default options. And
that'll probably be more fun.
Yeah, that way we get to look at some of the stats, and I might suggest a preferred stat. The only other thing that I would like to say is, to anyone who is unfamiliar with this game entirely, content warning. This stuff gets crass quick. It's one of... There's a lot of levity and jokes, and a lot of the game struggles to take itself seriously, but significant portions of the game are a little too real. And so I've got like 3 warnings in mind, though I don't. We maybe.
So there's a general warning throughout all of it. I'm reading from your.
There is a general warning throughout the entire game. The game will use slurs. It censors out any of the real ones, but that doesn't keep it from using made-up fantasy slurs that are somewhat obvious. So yeah, general content warning for everyone. Other than that, the game's beautiful. The story's beautiful. The soundtrack is beautiful. The dialogue and writing is immaculate.
This start screen is amazing. But yeah, I should probably do my usual stream start here. I realized that as we were kind of doing our little silly start here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, wherever you are in your part of the world. I am DeusCain, here today with my friend at Rad Mahou, and we are playing Disco Elysium. As Rad explained, he has played it before multiple times, and I have no fucking clue what I'm doing, which again is normal. Nah, usually I play stuff I've played before and I know what I'm doing, but in this case, no clue at all.
I'm very excited.
So, yes, this is the reverse of Monster Road Trip, where I went into that. I'm like, Rad, you're gonna have fun. You're gonna have fun. You're gonna have fun. And this one, you're just sitting back there. It reminds me of like the other day online on Twitter. You know, that'll date this depending on how things go. We still have Twitter. But yeah, somebody I follow was talking about how his one coworker just got a new computer, and his friend bought him a copy of a game. He was so excited to go home and play Getting Over It, and he didn't know what that was. And we're just like, ooh, do we tell him?
That's almost like a prank.
It is. So the 3 starting ones: extremely intelligent, bad with people, knows interesting facts, and comes up with interesting ideas. The sensitive, psychological, magnetic personality, but unstable. And then extremely physical, interacts with the world through his body, gets things done, but dumb as a rock.
Yeah, and so down there below each of them, you can see your 4 core main stats, and your
like specialty.
Well, your preferred stat. You get to pick one stat that is like your, I forget what they call it, but it's your favored stat. And so Thinker starts with Encyclopedia. You know a lot of facts. Sensitive starts with Inland Empire, which is probably best described as David Lynch, the skill. And then hand-eye coordination is exactly what it sounds like.
We're gonna go here to make a moan.
I would highly suggest this, yeah. So, you have so many points to allocate to your core main stats. As you can see, having 1 is terrible. Having 6 is damn near godlike. Balance as you will.
Oh, but that is punishing.
Yeah, of note, the way the stats mostly work is the higher your base stat here, the higher you can raise any related stat. And the slightly higher they will start out as a base. But if you have way too high of any one stat, a good example here is Encyclopedia, they will chime in all the time. And sometimes, like, you can... There's also a completely different, like, character quality sheet type of thing that we haven't even seen yet, called the Thought Catalog. And we'll get more into that when we get there.
So here's a question. Can we get back to the screen if I hit next?
Yeah.
Like, I'm kind of curious, like, so we're picking these and we have intellect, psyche, physical, and motorics, but I kind of want to see, like, what the skills are so I can see, like, what I want to focus on. Because you sent me that screenshot, but...
Yeah.
Here we are. Okay.
So here's our skills. Every single one of these skills is a party member in your head. Every single conversation or investigation piece, like every item you interact with, will have skill checks just exploding in the background to see if these chime in. So, do you want to just take a look at these? You want to, like, read them out? It could take a little minute to read all of them out.
Yeah, do a little bit of both. So logic seems like a basic. Analyzes the living daylights out of the case. Enable you to solve complicated puzzles. With low-level logic, you're going to have a hard time solving. Even if you find the pieces, good luck putting them together. Encyclopedia is just a know-it-all. Rhetoric is about debate, intellectual discourse, nitpick, and win. A high-level rhetoric will make you an impressive political beast with impenetrable beliefs. One whose mind will not change, one who will calcify. Low rhetoric, you'll have a hard time shooting at any arguments.
Right. So they clearly have positives and negatives for being either too low or being too high.
Mm. Yeah, and they also have this cool for ideologues, conversationalists, and would-be politicians. So they show, like, which ones are good. So actually, I had a bit of an idea in my head for, like, what I was thinking for a character. Was more like people-friendly, not quite that social one, but like a little bit of rhetoric, a little bit of, like,
savoir-faire,
or GTB disco. I know that's not that, because that's like motor oriented, but like rhetoric, suggestion, empathy, authority, like a little bit of that stuff.
Okay.
That's like kind of like a mix of the intellect and psyche, but I don't want to just completely zero out my physical, because that seems like a bad idea.
I'll give you, I guess, a couple of hints. It's totally fine to play like a very balanced build. It's totally fine to go heavy in one direction and poor in the other. The game will allow you to kind of do whatever. Volition is your mental health points. You're kind of like...
sanity.
Yeah, you could call it sanity. You could call it willpower. But it's your mental damage attribute. How much emotional damage you can take. And endurance is your physical health points.
Okay.
Now, eventually, the game will give you just a lot of levels, which each gives you 1 point to spend on either a skill or a thought. And thoughts almost universally, but definitely not actually universally, will come with negatives to your skills or various other aspects of the game whenever you're considering them, and then transform into positive bonuses once you have internalized the thought.
So basically, it's like you pick up a quest, and then it's a negative until you complete the quest, and then at that point, it's a positive.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. For the most part. Most of them are bonuses or minuses initially to skills. Some of them are things like this game has what it calls white checks and red checks. And these are all dice rolls. White checks you can retry if you ever bump up the related skill. Red checks are one and done.
Okay.
And so some thoughts will do things like allows you to retry all white checks. And that's the only bonus you get, but you don't have to raise any skills.
So I'm guessing from the points I have here, I have 3 points to put into the category on top of picking up primary, right?
I think so. I think actually you just move around. I played this game back when it initially came out, and then when they did the Final Cut version. So I think you just move around your base skills, and then you pick like a signature skill. And you get 1. And picking the signature skill, I think, raises it by 1 and the learning cap by 1. You can see they each have 3 pips right now. So all of them could eventually be raised to a maximum of 6.
I'm just curious here. If I did this for physical.
Right.
So those are 2, and I could put these up to 4, and then the signature could go even higher.
Right. Like all of the intellect skills now start at a baseline 4, and they have those 4 little empty diamonds, which means you could put 4 more points into them later on when you level up. And then 8 will be their cap. Now, this is also every piece of equipment you get will give you a plus or a plus and a minus to different skills. So you can constantly kind of hot swap your clothing, accessories, all that to buff up different skills for different checks.
Okay. So I was thinking more probably in line with the psyche. I'm just not sure if I want to cut motorics or physique to compensate.
Sure. Psyche has some pretty great skills.
Yeah, I was thinking more like suggestion, authority, empathy. Inland Empire is...
Inland Empire is a little wild. Of the skills on this list for your signature skill, I would probably suggest either Volition, Inland Empire, or Shivers.
Shivers I was looking at. That was one of the physical ones I was going to take. Just like keenly aware, supernatural, ability to make sense of the world. Like basically, I was thinking of like rhetoric, suggestion, authority, empathy, shivers, perception, and reaction speed. Like kind of go in that route.
They're all good.
Yeah.
I'll tell you right now, Inland is kind of like weird internal dream logic, just nonsense logic applied to reality. And Shivers is really getting in tune with the world around you. And honestly, Shivers is kind of like the writer and the narrator just flexing. But they're all good.
But I have to take... I either do 3 in everything and you know what? Let's just go balance. Let's be an average Joe. Let's save myself some pain in the ass.
All right.
Let's go that. Let's go average Joe. Reaction speed seems good.
Reaction speed is quite good. It's used like fairly frequently in conversations. Then again, so are a lot of these. Like electrochemistry and Half-Life, or Half-Light, for example, pop up. Well, electrochemistry pops up quite a lot. I think Half-Light may be one of the skills that pops up the least, but I don't know if I've ever played through with like a ton of Half-Life or Half-Light. Cool for diplomats, charmers, sociopaths.
Yeah. Suggestions where I was kind of leaning, like some kind of influencing ability.
Yeah,
Go more.
that'll come in quite handy.
So I set this as the signature.
And now it starts one higher, and you can raise it up to, well, I guess 7 eventually.
Oh, so that's really all I do. Because I just set the signature there, and then that's
now we're good. You can start over if you want. And also,
the Furies are at home in the mirror. It is their address. Even the clearest water, if deep down, can drown. Interesting.
Here we go.
Reminds me of a quote I found on, strangely enough, Twitter that I rediscovered. I had apparently bookmarked it ages ago. But it was something from Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It reads something to the effect of, "I have love in me, the likes of which you would not believe, and rage in me, the likes of which you could scarce believe. If you do not encourage the one, I shall indulge in the other."
Sure, that's a good quote. Before you hit the begin, I think I'll say the only other thing that is like a neat little tidbit to know before starting this is the game's original title was, going along with that quote, "No Truce with the Furies."
Ooh.
Which is a very, very strong title. But
it's a very strong title, a good dev title as well.
Yeah, it was like their working title, and they switched to Disco Elysium, which still I think is a fantastic title and makes a lot of sense in world. They may or may not have switched off of No Truce with the Furies because everybody kept calling it No Truce with the Furries before it came out.
Possibly that as well. The internet being what it is.
The game is very, very aware. Anyway, let's begin.
Anyway, button.
There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore.
Oh, I like the little purr they put on that. That little sibilant.
Oh, God. Reptilian brain is great.
Never, ever.
Never, ever,
Never, ever, baby. And an inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it.
This is great.
What was it about the X something?
An awareness creeps up on you.
Oh, what the fuck?
A mass lies hidden in your dead angle, soaking in some lurid acidic sauce. It's bloated and shameful, a ball of meat surrounding you. This is a terrible line of questioning, and it will only lead to more awareness.
I'm guessing if I... The meat thing. I'm guessing plunging back into the fathomless deep is choosing not to play the game.
There is very little you can do at this point to choose not to play the game.
Ex-love, ex-tenderness. It is foolish of you to resurface to the loss. Not after all the damage you've suffered to get here. Some of it irreversible. Stay. Sail with me through the abyss of pelagic zone.
Allons-y! Never let me go.
I saw that and I'm like, I kind of want to pick that one, but no, I want to get off now. I like pain and burning light and wanting things from people who don't give them to me. You know what? Fuck it, Alonzi.
Alright. Nothing town to fuck all borough.
A return trip to the silence, please.
Look, there's I am tired of being this type of animal, and who gives a shit?
Or let's visit the ancient Zero Home.
Great choice, Elder One. It has always been like this, and it always will.
Don't stop.
Sing me the song of death.
Yep. Or wait, no. I need to belittle myself instead.
The song of death is sweet and endless. But what is this? Somewhere in the sore, bloated man meet around you. A sensation. Like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again. It wants to walk the desert, hurting, longing, dancing to disco music.
The voices in my head are even more poetic and pretentious than I thought they were.
Oh my god, it does nothing but get better.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache.
Help.
Damn, what sort of creature does this to their own mouth?
Yeah. Oh man.
Fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Loud noises!
Yokoso to Disco Elysium.
And we're waking up in our underwear. Great.
Yep. In a thoroughly trashed room. Here you are. Check out that profile image.
Yeah, that's interesting. A magnum-sized bottle of Commodore Red is empty.
You can hold down, I believe it's either Control or Alt to kind of view everything that's highlightable in the area. And you've got your UI down there in the bottom right, and if you mouse up to the top left, you'll get more of like a
Hold tab to highlight. Okay.
tab. There we go.
Pants. Get some pants going.
The little bubble next to your character is like a thought, but not like a thought catalog thought. It kind of
You hear
depends.
a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. There is a single key on the ring. The number 1 is etched on it. It should open the door.
Oh, nice.
Mm. Got your disco-esque blazer. And honestly, you might want to go into the inventory and read the description on those items. Or use the mirror first. Either one, really.
A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off.
A fierce discharge of masculine energy?
Hot water
Yup.
sprays from the base, and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor.
Really? Nothing?
As you slowly reach your hand towards the surface of the mirror. Abort. You clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it.
Okay.
Uh-huh. You have no idea what you look like.
Also, apparently it's a bad thing to know that?
Inland thinks so. Inland is warning you. Inland knows
Yeah.
things.
There is definitely something wrong with it. Where to even begin? There is the bloatedness, then the swollenness. It's like there's an upholstery of alcohol underneath your skin. Bet you are. Your nose feels like a small balloon in the middle of your face. It hurts when you honk it. It doesn't appear to be a particularly tiny nose either. Not with all the drinks it's absorbed for you.
At least your tongue is okay.
It's not. It's swollen and snail-like, wriggling between your fingers.
Are you scared, or do you wish to wipe the mirror?
Behold. You
Character
have no
profile
idea
update.
who this thing is, do you?
God, yeah.
Too late. You clearly have rigor mortis on your face. Oh wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why?
I'm not making it. The
Please
face is
stop.
making itself.
It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary anymore. You have worn that grin into your face.
The
and
mirror
won't
is
come
talking
off.
to me.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
What does it
Objects
even
will
mean?
talk at you.
What is the emotion you're trying to convey?
What does your expression even mean?
There might have been, 10 years ago. It's little more than a cadaverous spasm now.
Look at those percentages. Okay, so here's how rolling works. If you roll snake eyes, you lose no matter what. If you roll double sixes, you win no matter what. Otherwise, it's a combination of the dice and the skill you're trying to roll.
And you
It's
were
like a
saying the
base.
difference between white and red checks, and these are both white checks, so I can retry them.
Those are both white checks, yeah.
Or I could just walk away and not push it.
Yep.
And
All-
what's the benefit? Go ahead.
Another thing to know is that, like, this game makes failure fun. You will still occasionally fail, and that will just result in, dang, you can't do whatever you were trying to do at this point. But there are many, many more instances where you will either fail forward or fail and progress the game in a different way.
So don't be afraid of failing. Okay.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine to save scum if you want. I wouldn't slight anyone who does it, because sometimes, hey, maybe you just really want an outcome. But, like, failure's pretty okay in Disco
Yeah.
Elysium.
Yeah, I shouldn't try to do the electrochemistry 4 challenge here, but this Encyclopedia 3 is not the end of the world.
Right.
No.
Well, and they'll show you, Encyclopedia, this is a formidable check. You need to roll a 13 in order to get it. Electrochemistry, you need to roll an 18 in order to
2
pass
dice.
it. Yeah. 2 dice plus your skill. That 3% is basically saying roll double sixes or you lose.
Yeah. So let's try Encyclopedia.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Oh, I can try both of them.
Yeah, they're both options.
It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
You're stuck with that face, buddy.
Alright, you said to check the items. Places some of the skin displays are some long, extinct disco animal, enigmatic white rectangle on the back and right sleeve.
You get +1 Esprit de Corps from it. Some nice
Okay.
halogen watermarks.
Conceptualization and suggestion. That's the skill I liked.
That's a minus to suggestion.
Oh, shit. Damn it. You're right. I should replace my shirt ASAP. This boy's shirt used to be fancy. It
Or
used
just
to
take
really
it
catch
off.
the- I could do that, actually. Savoir-faire and electrochemistry. Tight around the crotch is electrochemistry. Okay.
Tight around the thighs, minus savoir-faire. Tight around the crotch, plus electrochemistry.
Okay. Actually, what does this say? Golden brown bottoms are flare cut. Normal bell bottoms would be boot cut, but these far from normal. There's someone's pissed-out, cum-stained party pants.
They are indeed. See bottles in the bathtub. Wine, beer, and sweet liqueurs.
Oh, there's whatever this is. Oh, that's the door to leave, isn't it?
I think that's the door to the neighboring apartment.
This fan has 2 chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie has somehow attached itself to one of the blades. The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the
Nice.
tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a truly hideous necktie with 4 or 5 different patterns. The knot reminds you of a noose.
You want to try the light?
A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain.
Maybe not the best idea with a gigantic hangover. The
lights
mother of all
are off.
hangovers.
So it seems. Necktie.
Plus
Inland
one
Empire.
inland.
Interesting. Garish pattern. It's disturbingly vivid. It'd be wrong to ever take it off. It's your friend now. You will betray if you ever change it up for some boring scarf. So I'm wearing a tie, but no shirt.
You are indeed. No shoes either.
Yeah, they're against the wall here, I guess.
Well, looks like there's one of them there.
Ah. High heel and chrome embellishments. Fits your
It's-
left foot perfectly. And you have no idea where the right is.
That's right. One nice crocodile skinned shoe. There's also kind of a yellow highlight over by your windows.
Yeah, I saw the broken glass. I was
Mm.
figuring that was plot, so I wasn't going to fuck with it.
Yeah,
The
there's a
window
lot of
stands
plot here.
broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in.
Assess the damage.
The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact.
Which is not really how glass explodes, but sure, we'll go with that.
Mm-hmm.
It
Also-
was too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. You're looking for something heavy and larger than your fist.
So visual calculus, when it succeeds, gets a lot of these cool little moments of like adding extra graphic detail to the world.
Mm-hmm.
You mentally putting things together.
The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if thrown with force.
So I threw my right shoe through the window.
Looks like it.
Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room.
Maybe it
The
wasn't
cold
you?
wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold.
So, what do you think of your character so far?
Interesting.
It almost doesn't matter what your stats are. You always start off like this.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious what this is and what this does.
It's a locked door. Sadly, with no description. There is a lot of text and description throughout this game. Luckily, the vast majority of it is voiced.
Mm-hmm.
The upper floor of the Whirling in Rags. Calendar says
March,
it's March
the year's 51.
51. What century? Ah, don't worry about it.
Yep. Alright, let's go out and get that shoe.
It's probably a good first step.
Good pun.
There they both are. 2 identical shoes, both copiously green and indiscriminately snakeskin, reunited on your feet. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now, truth be told.
And a red.
Gust of briny wind washes over you.
Composure, but minus savoir-faire. I have -2 to savoir-faire.
You do indeed. You'll eventually have lots and lots of clothes.
Savoir-faire again.
Kind of bottom middle. It's down there at 1.
Sneak under their noses. Oh, because I have a hideous tie and high heel shoes. That makes sense.
Yeah, high heel gator skin shoes. Kind of surprised your cum-stained disco pants don't minus savoir-faire as well. Money! You gained 40 real. Well, 40 cents.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
Interesting.
Her eyes are brown and her face is speckled with birthmarks. She can't be more than 28.
Officer? Am I military personnel? Or
No.
walk away. Wait, I know, I'm a businessman. Chief executive officer, right?
Because you're a police officer, sir.
Goddamn right, I'm a policeman, and don't you forget it.
Yeah. Your options go all over the place quite quick.
I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time.
All this time.
You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
You might want to read that check before you click on it.
I saw it's red, yeah.
When did I remember being a cop or anything else?
Try the expression on her. Oh, God.
Let her know you want her physically.
Yeah, let's not try that now.
If you want to play balanced, maybe that's a good idea.
Could it be because of the drinking?
She raises an eyebrow.
Could it be
Cigarette
because
sizzles.
of the drinking?
Who in their right mind would let me be an officer of the law?
Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
Oh,
Okay.
Classier.
Of course. Be careful, officer.
All right.
They don't like the police around here.
Something stirs in you as she's about to go. Call it an instinct, a need. The need to ask questions. It's like you've said the words 1,000,000 times before. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
What if you want to ask her some questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
What is it they have against the police here? Where exactly is here? Where am I? It's 51 now?
I'm gonna go with room.
There was the usual ruckus.
Solid.
Loud disco music.
Do they have any
I couldn't
visitors?
say. It's impossible to hear people speaking from over here.
Loud disco music.
Oh, yes. Various artists. Ostentatious orchestration prime among them.
She raises an eyebrow,
Oh, we're
waiting for the name to
huge
connect
where
with
I
you.
come from. I was very young then, of course. Like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on.
Yeah, we go on all right.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly
I don't
just gets
know
hard,
about
doesn't it?
At around 2 o'clock, disco stopped, and there was a change of pace. A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while. Some of the time, you were yelling along to it. Yes, there was a church in there, a really small church, like the smallest, saddest church in the whole world. It was about that. And also,
What else?
that it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but You sounded like a winded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Did you mean that in a cool way?
Like a wild beast?
Yeah.
Or,
No.
I'm sorry.
Then you started screaming and trashed the place.
Are you sure I wasn't being assaulted? That's so me. What did I do?
I'm not gonna call her a liar.
No,
Sure.
it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room. A window was smashed. The tape player, probably. The song stopped. And furniture, too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
It prides me to hear this. Tell me there was more. Okay.
Yep.
There was. I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then, around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Oh.
You're in a hostel, sir.
No, where are
You're
we?
in
Where in the
Revachol.
world?
Yeah.
Revachol is the disgraced former capital of the world, divided into zones of control under foreign occupation. Half a century after a failed world revolution, she is central to our moment in time.
Should that mean something to me? Or Revachol forever?
Hmm.
You sure look like you're from Revachol. Revachol parties.
Is it 51 now?
It's 51. The current century?
Bitch, I love it.
Oh, yeah.
Do
The
we meet
game
her more
will hit
often
you
as we
that.
go through?
Huh?
I said, do we meet her more often as we play through the game?
Oh, yeah. She's
Okay.
kind of central to a thing.
Okay.
Centuries don't have numbers, they have names. And this is the current one. Civilization has existed for 8,000 years, sir. You're right. There is nothing funny about civilization.
Bitch.
The dock workers are pretty cocky. They think they're police enough. At least here on the coast. I can't say about the rest of the city.
Okay.
Glad to have been of assistance.
That conversation goes very differently if you try to use the expression on her.
I'm almost certain. Yeah.
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray, light it up, and smoke the living shit out of it.
Am I a
The
smoker?
living shit. Your mesolimbic reward pathway does not mince words. It wants smokes. Who knows what you are? A monster, a murderer, the gnome of Jeroma? You feel like a smoker. Especially when you look at that juicy, succulent, seductive cigarette stub, still smoldering deliciously.
Man, electrochemistry goes hard.
Electrochemistry
How very
goes
stupid.
hard.
This renders it ineffectual. You should look for a whole cigarette, or better yet, an entire pack. Strike that. A carton. Make sure they're all healthy and able-bodied. Then smoke them all.
My God.
Yup.
Thinking about yummy cigarettes in your mouth is the next best thing. Make sure you think about you, and when you're done thinking about them, graduate to getting them. Plus, smoking them gives massive bonuses.
You have received a task. Find some cigarettes and smoke them. Now, I'll let you know. Yeah, so that's a cool little panel. You can look at your tasks and you can look at every white check you've encountered, which will kind of tell you if you want to go back to them or not over on the map tab. And you don't have a map yet. But
Yeah.
there are your two little mirror checks. Also, as you can probably guess, your character drank himself into oblivion last night.
Yes. Apparently.
Or perhaps more than just last night. It's entirely up to you whether you want to indulge in the drugs and narcotics or abstain. They will give you temporary bonuses, but you might, lean back into your addict days.
Yeah. Or electrochemistry might get the better of me too.
It might. Electrochemistry is a party boy.
Mm-hmm. So I've gotten some XP, but no levels? Oh, there it is. Skill points.
Right. You gain a level every 100 XP.
Okay, that's not bad.
Yeah. So
I
eventually...
can always go back to her door as well, too.
Yeah, you can go back and knock on her door. Here's our little preview of the downstairs. By the way, the music is really quiet on my end.
Yeah, I had it turned down a little bit because it was coming through loud on mine. I can turn it up again.
Well, don't hurt your ears.
No, I'm fine. Like many games, the fucking start menu has it dialed up to 11, and the game itself is fine.
Yeah, that's pretty common. But here you are. The Whirling in Rags. It's got a karaoke stand. Speakers connected to the radio. Music is seasoned with static.
You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know your vast, oceanic soul.
My soul is immense, or moderate, normal-sized, or puny, or its cubic content is obscured by the hangover. Or stop thinking about karaoke.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, at this point, precise measurements of your soul can only be performed from the outside. It needs to be heard through a PA system by other people.
What should I sing when it comes to it?
You should sing the sad small church song from that tape you found. Thought it was obvious.
Oh, of course, they'll really get a gauge on my soul with that one. Or, I was thinking maybe I could sing something happy, like from those ostentatious
Don't
orchestration
sing the happy
folks.
song. It's stupid. Sing the sad song. It's profound.
I feel like I should have gone inspected the Inland Empire.
Inland likes the profound. Inland's great.
You would need another copy of the tape first, though. The one upstairs is destroyed.
New
And
task,
another task to-
sing karaoke.
Get a hold of the sad song on tape.
Mm-hmm.
A man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As that was disdain in his eyes. Even now he's purposely ignoring you.
Hello, Gart.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of coasters and drying mugs. One of its wings broken. The man is trying to mend it.
Oh no, we broke it.
Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield.
It's a good
that was
guess.
used to mount it, most likely on a wall. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
What happened to the bird? Or
Look,
help you with
your
that.
buddy is over there.
He looks at the
Why
doors
don't you
where a
go
man in a
and
bomber
talk
jacket is
to
tapping
him,
his foot on
okay?
the floor.
What was that?
I was just reading his description, He looks at the doors where a man in a bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor.
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the bird instead.
Yes, it tells me you don't like me.
You're a hero. A real hero cop.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
So, not only am I a cop, but I'm also a hero? Or you're being sarcastic.
Am I? Or did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash my hostel room?
Oh my god, I did all of those things? I'm guessing I didn't do any of those things. I don't appreciate your tone. This is no way to talk to an officer. Are you even really sure you're an officer?
I mean, I've got like a sticker on my back. I think that's pretty official.
Yeah.
Did you ride in, take the body down, solve the murder, and not trash them?
No, you see, actually, you didn't. You haven't done anything even remotely useful since you got here.
What have I been doing then? Have you seen me around?
No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here. No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager.
He's very animated all of a sudden. This seems like a touchy subject.
What's the difference? You look like a
I
bartender.
have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in.
Where'd
She
Sylvia
just,
go?
you know,
Well, you don't let me follow up on the she just, you know?
Yeah, soon. Soon. Nosafed. He found a healing item. You'll have a different type of healing item for health and your mental health. They're consumables, and while they're, like, you know, technically drugs, they don't really count as it.
Yeah. It's like saying Advil's a drug. It's true, but that's not what we mean when we talk about drugs.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to ignore that person over there. What is this?
It's a water cooler. Large bubble is rising to the surface. Soft purr of an electric juicer comes from the kitchen. Someone's working.
Yeah, let's go bother the kitchen staff.
It's bolted.
Can't.
Shit's locked. Kitchen reserved for kitchen personnel until 1300.
Hello, sweetie.
Lena, the cryptozoologist's wife.
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
She's a sweet old lady.
We kill her, don't we?
Uh,
Oh, you paused on that one.
You'll see, maybe, depending on what option you choose.
Waiting for someone.
Yeah.
You.
He's a little splattered.
As you approach,
A bit.
he narrows his eyes and extends his hand in greeting. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Nice.
Esprit de Corps is kind of like...
Yeah, I read that.
Cop
It's like, yeah, cop sense and fitting in with the crowd of cops. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember reading that quick.
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
His grip is firm.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize.
So that was like a successful Inland Empire check. It just kind of... skills will roll by themselves in the background when at tons of different intervals. And there's...
So I can either admit I don't know my name or I can try and make one up.
Yep.
But it's a red check.
It is a red check. It cannot be retried. In the future, like a decent... a thing that people commonly recommend is to just kind of save a skill point instead of spending it as you get them. That way you can, like, be here in this conversation, and while you can't save in the middle of a conversation, you could go buff a skill before making a check like this.
All right, yeah, because you can go in here and tweak something.
Yeah. Not that you have one to work with yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's
You
a
wanna...
decent chance, but I also don't know if I want to be a dick.
Kim, it's difficult to get Kim to hate you. You can make him leave, but you have to try. Otherwise, the Esprit de Corps is right whenever he says that this person has your back. Kim K is a real one. He's one of my favorite party members in any game.
He processes the information and disregards
Like
it.
we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
You mean him? Yeah, I just talked to him. No, I haven't. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. You're taking me for someone else.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area. Now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back, right?
Oh, there actually is a crime scene here.
Oh, there is a crime scene. You were sent here as a detective for a reason.
Okay.
You have no idea what that is yet.
It
Guard
also
kind of
wouldn't
talked
hurt
about
to
it, though.
show him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews?
Yes, the police. I'm aware I'm a policeman. What interviews? Or I have, yes, I haven't.
At the 57th, we like to prepare an initial list of persons of interest, and then just skim the surface. Prepare the field, get to know the players. You don't do that? Maybe it's not an inter-district practice.
His last name is Kitsuragi, but he sounds vaguely French.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I don't think I have.
Okay, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree?
Dead body? I don't like dead bodies.
Look, man, you know, yeah.
Yeah, it's the best. Play the way you want, but man, there's so many good options all over the place.
Dead body. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like dead bodies.
So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice. It is obvious he would have preferred for the body to no longer be in the tree.
I assume so.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner.
7 days. What if I told you I'm not really a police
I
officer?
can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But I have seen officers go through worse. Much worse. If you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. But as I said, the dead body should be our #1 concern.
Yeah, how does he know I'm a
I
cop?
was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. You have the insignia of the Citizens Militia on your sleeve and on your back.
Good call on that white rectangle. He's got the same.
Ah. Yeah, I was actually kind of curious, like, I wonder what would happen if I wasn't wearing the jacket.
I believe the game accounts for that. It's kind of crazy how reactive the game is to every different situation.
Interesting.
There
I
are
suppose you
definitely
could be
points.
impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside. I'm not from the Inspectorate General.
If I was in this situation, I would want to ask both questions.
Mm,
Yes,
but they're just
they're
white
not
rectangles.
just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street grid of Revachol West.
Revachol.
Revachol,
I would ask you
indeed.
to step into the headlights of my motor carriage, but again, it's none of my concern. I just need you to do your job.
Shouldn't I have a badge
You
or
mean
something?
You don't have a badge?
Wasn't on me when I woke up. Or, no, I have
Using
my
your
badge. I'm a
identification
policeman.
card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence.
Interesting. So we get more and more quests as we're doing stuff.
There are a lot of quests.
I assume so, yeah.
Talk to the manager. Then we go out back and take the body down.
Okay.
After you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him whenever by interacting with him.
I don't remember
I
the
like,
tutorial
I like the
agent.
tutorial
having-
agent.
Yeah, I don't remember the tutorial agent having a voice.
It's a lovely voice.
Mm.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching.
Unimpressive
He drops the
beard.
relative
He's
he
got
was holding
stubble.
And turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Gart, right?
The lieutenant
You
glances
run
into
this
his
place.
notebook.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41,
The Harbinger of Ruin. I'm currently in between names.
Both great options.
Fantastic.
It's like when you've left your band, but you haven't decided on a solo artist name yet. Or let Kim speak.
I'm gonna let Kim speak, yeah.
Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yes?
No, I only just got here. It was probably Sylvie who called you. She usually works the bar here. I'm only temporarily taking over her duties.
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
Looks behind a pile of coasters, finds a slip of paper, and hands it to the lieutenant.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to keep an eye on the place. This is just one of the many cafeterias I manage.
Many. You said it was only 3.
He did say only 3, but hey, maybe he wants to sound incredibly full of himself.
But you still know your way around, yes?
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here. And I'm not going to start working here again, if that's what you think.
I didn't imply that. Detective.
Yeah? What? Who
I
me?
have everything. You?
Oh, you mean, do I have questions?
Yes, ask questions.
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
Who killed him?
Yeah, right? Gert seems to know your job better than he does. You can just flat out ask him.
She went away because none of your business.
Yeah, it's the second time you've avoided the subject.
It is.
Oh my god, what is your obsession with this Sylvie person? Get over it.
They call it in the body, dick!
Behind this building, there's a courtyard. They hoisted him up on a tree there.
They who?
Might also
That's
imply that
easy.
there is a little bit
See
more
that door
obsession.
there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Listen here, you sassy bitch. We're the cops.
He,
This is probably not how you should talk to the cops.
yeah, well, he's had a lot of your shit.
Then again, I did wake up, 3-point landing on the floor in my underwear.
You
So,
really did. You're also still not even wearing a shirt.
listen, that had negatives to my primary stat. I'm
did.
actually more persuasive in this form
You
than I
are.
was otherwise.
You totally are. The game will play with RPG conventions like that.
I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. That's your job.
Did you do it?
you kill him?
Are you crazy? Of course I didn't kill him.
All right, that's all.
Odd that we put markers around the word kill.
Yeah, he's emphasizing it.
Let's go.
Ooh, 30. Nice.
Yeah. Interview the cafeteria manager
Not
done.
So fast. You owe me 130 real.
What's real? Or try to slip
Slip
away
away
unnoticed.
unnoticed.
I.
You can take my shoes off and walk away.
You should. You should maybe try that, but play it your way.
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
Pronounces the R with a mock aristocratic
or
accent.
Inter-Isolary Real, is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to assume he means you owe him some money.
So I can be a dick or just be
Right.
straight.
You can like get the hint and understand, or pretend not to.
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right. Money. You owe this establishment 130 real.
What is money? Or I can arrest him.
Yeah, you can try. What do I
Oh,
owe this
man.
place for? Also note, you have
Let's see.
40 cents.
3 nights
I know,
at a
yeah.
tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated.
I broke
The
it,
hole in the
bitch.
window was the first thing I saw when I came to work. So don't try to tell me you didn't. That will be 40 real in damages.
There's 100.
How is a window 40 real, but rent is 20?
It's not really like equivalent to dollars. But yeah, the
Another
window is
thing
like
you've
2 nights
annihilated
worth.
is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40 plus 30 equals 130 real. And yes, real is still money.
But what exactly is money?
What are you, a philosopher?
I might
might
be.
be.
Since I woke up, I have trouble remembering even the most basic concepts of reality.
I'm not gonna go that route. I don't want to. That would be a fun playthrough of just the drunkest, most out there fool.
It's not a lie.
Yeah.
Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room or 8 bottles of potent blend.
Interesting. Where do I get the money?
Right.
We use it for everything, really.
Proceed to show him the coins you found. Is this some money?
Is this a money?
Are you
Or you know,
serious?
don't show him the
From
coins.
your work. I don't know. You can take bribes, I guess. I'm sorry. I don't think cops can take bribes.
Some do take recompense, but only to survive.
Why do I need money?
For survival, to pay me. Unless you want to become a hobo. Do you want to become a hobo? There's nowhere else to stay in Martinez, and it's a cold spring outside. Money doesn't make you happy, but it lets you be unhappy for a while longer.
Do you want
If
to
you run
become a
out of
hobo?
money, you die. It's like that for all of us. Me too. That's why I need you to pay me. I'm not an asshole.
Sorry, what was that about hobo?
Do you want to become a hobo?
I don't think so.
Okay. It might be an option.
I'm sure it would be.
Yes, it is.
So this is 40
Oh,
real,
you
right?
see, that's 40 cents. Cents are a form of currency 100 times smaller than the real. I'm not even going to take this. Come back when you have 130 real.
100 times smaller? But
That's horrible. Okay.
The cafeteria manager stands silently, looking at the coppers on the counter before him. For a moment, his antipathy is overcome by compassion for the sheer smallness of the money. He demonstratively suppresses a world-weary sigh.
You can still choose to try and arrest him.
No.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer if he doesn't. If he doesn't have the money by tonight, then...
Officer, maybe you are better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
Do you know where your home is?
I don't.
So there's somewhere else I can stay, or I don't have a home, or I don't remember, or fuck this place, I'll take my chances on the streets.
Pass on that.
You mean somewhere else to run up a huge debt? I don't think so. The union squeezed most places out of business to fund a strike. You're better off home.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station. I have a shortwave radio in my car. Call them, ask for assistance. We have to get this investigation started now.
A pattern of creases appears on his forehead. Kim is, perhaps, a little concerned that you seem to not remember anything.
Yeah.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Up on Marble Hill.
Why did you say that?
These are just synapses firing. It doesn't mean anything. The name must have some meaning for me. Or you can ask Kim.
No. But isn't that an expression, not a place? A saying, up on Marvel Hill, a great high place, one that is impossible to climb back to.
That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
It doesn't, does it?
I'll live in a dumpster. I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobocop.
Yep. So, in addition to stats, in addition to thought catalogs that we haven't got to yet, There are also capo types, which are kind of like your class. You can multi-class. One of them is hobo
It's
cop.
hobo cop. It has to be. Yeah.
I'll tell you right
That's
now.
right. Run some addresses in your head when you get the time. Maybe a street or an apartment.
I'll tell you right now. Hobo cop is probably like a pretty common thing for people to do starting off. It's a decent way to make a little bit of money, kind of passively. But you definitely don't need to do it.
All right. Well, she was telling us to talk to the other guy,
Hello, sweetie.
so let's talk to her now.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Does that mean you like me?
Oh. Thank you for the follow. Phil Kusist. Wait, no.
Hey.
Phil Kusik. Phil Kusik. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Phil.
Hot Coplets Cop is definitely the best. Well, I wouldn't know. I have no idea what I'm doing, and my Muppet friend here is the one with all the answers.
Hello. I'm not telling him anything, for the most part.
I'm very lost.
But yes, Apocalypse Cop is also an option, and it's kind of fantastic.
Part of me wants to go, like, part of me wants to just play this again and do Gremlin Run, and just like, does that mean you like me? Try the face.
That's totally an option.
I'm sure it is.
Why, you are, officer.
I'm no sweetie. Look at me.
You're a handsome man, officer, with your mustache and your chiseled jaw and that silly dimple on your chin.
She says, looking over her glasses. Thanks, I appreciate it.
Dimple or not, I am a bitter man. The years have taken their toll.
That stupid dimple has only brought me suffering.
I'll be courteous and
You
polite.
must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Carrie just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This
Guys.
Lena is wacky enough for the Motley Crew. Hire her on the spot.
The Motley Crew.
Sure. The spirit decor seems to suggest maybe you want another party member? And your options. You seem to be in a chair. How'd you like to roll with me? I don't know if you've noticed, but I don't know where I am, or what I'm doing, or anything.
Sweetie needs money. Do sweeties get money?
Yep.
my
Or
God.
leave. So here's your thought catalog. There are lots and lots and lots of thoughts. You're only going to get to see what you've unlocked so far.
But this is internalize the problem and potentially 50 XP.
Mm-hmm.
Research time is 6 hours.
Yeah. Yeah, so everything works on like a time basis. Moving around does not take time. Only talking to people, reading books, you can get some board games to play with Kim, or like investigating things, interacting with the world will spend time.
So I could start it now and it runs passively in the background.
Yes.
Okay,
I think
good.
I think you have to spend a skill point to do it. Like, it says skill points at the bottom and there's nothing there. You can try clicking internalize. You can remove thoughts. Okay, that doesn't... Okay.
Yeah, because it says it's temporary research bonus +1 intelligence, so I have bonus intelligence as I'm thinking about this.
You get +1 to encyclopedia. So you can start internalizing any skill or any thought that you pick up, and it will take time for you to finalize it. You can pause internalizing thoughts while you're thinking about them, which is handy for getting rid of any negative bonuses that they might have for whatever various checks you might encounter. And you can also spend a skill point to forget thoughts, just like kind of do away with them, wipe them from your memory. If you pause a thought, you can always resume it if you have a slot in your thought catalog. If you internalize a thought and then spend a skill point to get rid of it, it's gone. You cannot get it back.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't really want to hire her for the Motley Crew. Let's.
Do you want to ask her for money?
No, she seems nice.
She does seem nice. You know what?
You had-
Lena's pretty nice.
Okay, I was saying you had a tone there for a sec, and that scared me. But no, I'm gonna get going.
Of course, dear. Good luck with your case.
She seems nice. If anybody hurts her, I will kill all of them and then myself.
Would you like to know what type of content you've missed out on so far?
I've clearly missed out on the ability to flirt with, I'm guessing, the prostitute upstairs.
Yeah, the game called her a disco dancer, but sure. You missed the opportunity to flirt with her. And if you fail that check, which you almost certainly will, the game gives you one line in order to respond to her with, which is, I want to have fuck with you. She finds this hysterical, and also makes note that it'll probably come back to bite you in the ass when you have to interview her later.
Oh, man.
If you try to run from Gart, you'll also probably fail that check. I think it was like a 17 or 27% chance to succeed or something like that. You begin sprinting away from him, and then in the middle of this hotel lobby area, or hostel lobby area, you dive through the air, turn around, flip him double middle fingers, and crash into Lena on her wheelchair.
Oh, no.
Yeah. If you ask Lena for money, she's so nice that she says, I don't really have any money on me, but here, you can have this old sentimental decorative pin that I've had for decades. You can probably go pawn that for some money.
Aw, she's a sweetie.
She's a sweetie, and it hurts to take money from a sweet old lady.
That sugary
And that's the
big
type of
round
game
thing
this
counter
is.
Makes you teary-eyed
Yeah.
with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already?
Pretty long, it's drink o'clock.
An hour or two? Or shut up,
An
electrochemistry.
hour would have been bad. 2 hours is mystical. You have truly wiped out all trace of yourself if you haven't thought about rum and lemonade yet.
I've been secretly thinking about it all this time. Actually, I should be thinking about, or should I be thinking about this? Looks like drinking hasn't turned out too well for me.
Maybe you haven't
Yeah.
turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? Get a goddamn rum and lemonade to yourself, boy. Or better yet,
No,
lick that stain off the counter.
Lick
No,
it. Don't lick it. Lick it.
fuck you,
but only a
electrochemistry.
little.
I'm not licking the stain on the
What
counter.
happened,
That's a
man?
sane response.
You used to be cool. Go get your boring normal person drink then. It would go well with those cigarettes. That's a great combination.
Find booze and drink it. You know, or don't. You don't have to. You don't have to listen to electrochemistry at all.
So I was skimming through this as I was listening to you, and I got to the back of his shirt reads wild, and I'm like, no, that does not say penis. That 100% does not say penis. Read
It
that again.
doesn't. Thankfully, it doesn't. This game will say far worse.
No, that's more of a commentary on me of being like, no brain. That's not how it works.
On the counter, rolled out of his open hand, you see a blister pack of headache medicine.
Pick up the pills, or try to wake him up.
The man does not mind. You probably need them more than he does.
Maybe.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item
Thank
is
you,
stored
tutorial.
in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium to heal your morale if you have morale damage.
So, the way damage will work is, you see you have 3 pips on both health and morale. Various things will cause either physical or morale damage. If you get down to that last pip, and then you take 1 more damage, the game will start slowly decreasing that last pip, and if you have medicine, you can use a heal right then and there. So you can, like, go from 1 and then take damage, but still hit a heal before hitting 0.
That's good.
Yeah, it's kind of nice.
An old call box.
Look
with
at
a
them
matrix
options.
Of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
We're picking the most boring options. I'm playing the boring moral person for the moment. Also, I work customer service, so I have an innate aversion to being an absolute dick to nice people.
Well, you know what? Boring cop is a coppa type. So the game has a path laid out for that. It's okay. Every option is pretty valid. It will call you boring, though. Sorry cop is also a capo type. You say sorry a lot. Bottles inside. You could pick them up if you had a bag.
Actually, Kim wanted to do the... Oh, we can run.
Yeah, you can, like, double-click. You can hold
You see a
and
set
click.
Of tire tracks in the brown slush
Or click
that
and hold,
covers the
rather.
Plaza mosaic.
Why am I looking at this? What kind of vehicle drove through here? Or visual calculus it?
I'll try it.
That's a white check.
No, these tracks are not interesting at all. Let the street sweeper just sweep them away.
Visual
Oh, I was
calculus.
one short.
You were one short. Yeah, it's really nice that you can scroll over, you can mouse over the little checks and see how hard you crushed it or how bad you failed. But Visual Calc is not interested.
Hard to say. Your vision is blurred and you're having difficulty concentrating thanks to your relentless hangover. Cop habit. You look at everything. This isn't case-related, you think.
Probably. Maybe.
This isn't at the hole in the fence and the body's in the back, so...
Yeah. Safe to assume it's related to the case, I think. But, you know, visual calculus says no. Smells like spoiled meat and curdled dairy. A human being decomposes.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Maybe more.
Hey!
No. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot. Steel
I love visual
reinforced
calculus.
toes, number 40.
Yeah, he's interesting. I like this one.
2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes, number 43. 4. Standard work boot, number 45 or 46. You don't know. It's a miracle you can tell the prints apart as it is. The code must have preserved them.
If no one got me, I know my boy electrochemistry got me. Ah, so no wonder you think I'm doing the boring run. You're an electrochemistry fan.
Electrochemistry is great, but, like...
5. Another standard.
It's one of those things where, like, if you're going to play through the game a second time, which is a lot of fun...
Oh yeah, they're fun to indulge, yeah.
You have a better idea of, like, what you could possibly do. And
6.
EC is up there.
An aberration. Light as air. Even pace. Same make of boot, but number 41. Impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gate is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it. And the tracks burn in the middle of it, in a strange, beautiful way. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms.
That's a big person.
Yeah.
Or...
I wished for the director's cut they use different voice actors for every personality trait a man can dream. That would be kind of neat, but I also understand them not doing it. It would also just fit if they did like a different one for each like type. Like all the mental was one, all the physical would be another.
They kind of sort of have different voice directions based on those categories. But the narrator is the narrator. And like when the game came out, there were no voice acting. So like if you were trying to read all of this aloud for stream, it'd just be impossible.
Yeah, that is excessive.
We would already be burnt out.
And yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the soul, however. The right soul is smoother.
Yeah, I agree. The narrator's great.
How many?
Yeah, I love it. The narrator's
400 million! Let's not piss off Kim.
Yeah, I like being nice to Kim. He's great.
I was pretty off then. I counted 20.
Same guys are going back and forth. Or way
I
off.
never got the hang of
Way off.
Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
Got a couple of different aberrations there, for sure. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. You'll probably still be here as soon as I get back.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going anywhere. Yeah, it took us streaming an hour and a half. It took us to get out of the starting area. Oh boy, this is going to be a long game. Yeah, this is exciting from what little I've seen of it so far. I wonder what I want to put points into going forward. Oh no. That's the one. How many times have I died? I have not died yet. This is literally first day, first playthrough. We are only an hour and a half in. So, no deaths yet. Hopefully not going to have any. But, yeah. We shall see. So you're a big fan of electrochemistry then, huh? Go to Party Planet, love and be loved by drugs. This good, my friend died 5 times in the first hour.
It's totally possible. I don't think we've even taken damage yet.
No, we haven't.
Which is also totally possible. You can build a
going
character
slowly,
that starts
too,
with 1 health and 1 morale.
Oof.
It's rough, but
Yeah.
you can do it.
Well, yeah, because it took 3 in each one, so I guess taking more points in each stat, you have more resistance in those. Light step, 41 shoot.
Or a kid?
Could be a woman, could be a kid. I don't really think there's any way to be sure.
Understood. Anything else? 200? Could it be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
It
You
could
might
be.
be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Maybe it was a giant? Or an extremely obese person? It's probably a worker carrying the body.
Yeah.
Possibly, yes. Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
Drummer? That's stupid.
I could call him stupid. Actually, it's a good idea.
So, one of the people we were
No,
looking for
it's
is a
not.
drummer?
Forget I said it. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
I was actually thinking the exact same thing.
Just gonna nod
We should
thoughtfully.
keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
Yes, very prudent.
I concur.
Mm-hmm.
I agree, officer who remembers things better than I do right
Who
now.
knows how to be a police officer, unlike you. Although, clearly, you've got some cop skills on you.
Mhm.
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think?
Lucky you.
A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree.
That's a good idea.
Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
Okay.
You've painted a pretty good picture of what went down. On only a 42% chance to pass that visual calculus check.
Nice.
Hey, money. Magnesium. You'll need a lot of both of those. Someone's trying to grow herbs in the greenhouse. Kid's ladder is rickety, but still climbable. Ladders for kids wouldn't hold the weight of a grown man. You can talk to the child.
I am talking to the child. I was
Good
trying to, at
choice.
least.
Kuno's got this.
The boy throwing rocks at the dead body can't be older than 12.
Lovely.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno!
Yells the other kid behind the fence. Welcome to two of the hardest people in the game.
Jeez.
Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Kuno and Kuno S.
Love it in the dick.
Glad they censor shit, huh?
Yeah.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Hold on. What does that mean? Or hey, stop throwing
The
rocks at my
kid
crime
is
scene.
obviously high.
Ah.
He's with eyes like that. Just nothing but pupil. There's not a trace of sobriety in that child.
Wonder which is the parent's favorite. Yeah, probably Kuna. Stop getting high or stop using slurs.
Either one.
Kuno, yeah, right in the mouthhole!
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at him, Kuno!
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener.
Kim, what should we do? Your kid's siblings? Hey kid, you want to hang out? I'm not a narc.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
What do you know about the body? Or about the crime scene? You kids often play in this yard? Or who is Kuno?
Kuno's Kuno big?
So, you refer to yourself in the third
What are
person.
you calling a third person? Kuno's the fucking first person?
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you!
The thing behind the fence starts squealing, shrill and violent like a fire alarm.
Help! Pig's got Kuno! Help! Rape!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help!
Well, they're accusing you of...
Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! It's you're afraid!
Escalate!
Kuno! Somebody, please!
It's full blast now. The wind carries the message far and wide to all of Martinez.
Oh man. Yeah, I should punch the child. I'm not physical enough to punch the child.
Yeah.
No!
It's an option, though.
Get off Kuno, you sick fat fuck!
No one? Kuno's doing this because he likes it, pig.
This is where Kuno establishes dominance over you.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
Kim
Listen
speaks
to
the
your
truth.
Friend?
The phlegm is yellowish and bubbling somehow.
Ugh. Kim, did you do this? No. Eh.
Did Gart do it? Did Kim do it? Or no one put him up to this. Not even yourself.
The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno in the ass!
Tears of joy mixed with sweat smelling of laundry detergent on his face.
Help! Misters, help! He's flashing Kuno! He's showing his genitals! If you don't help Kuno now, it'll be too late!
So you can punch him or not.
No.
I know you wanted to hit me. You got that I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up look that Kuno's dad gets. The murder look. The rage look.
Yeah, but I didn't act on it. It's just a fantasy. How do you know that? You can't see inside my head. Can you read my mind, Kuno? Or how do I get back to it? I want to get back to that thought.
Oh, I don't like any of these answers.
Yeah, that's gonna be a thing.
I know what you thought. I'm gonna fuck that Kuno up. I'm gonna shut that shit down. You're nothing. You're a joke to Kuno.
Kuno turned you into his prison, bitch. You're gonna be in this shit with Kuno.
Man, I wish I had a physical character to actually punch this child now.
It's something. I mean, you can
No,
try.
You're not. We can just leave.
Game's just like, no, you're not his prison, bitch. No.
We can just walk
You're
away.
gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever.
The peepo-headed critter doesn't let him finish.
My God.
A peepo is a type of hat, by the way.
Nice peepo.
You don't talk to me about my fucking people. You don't know where I come from. You just Kuno's bottom bitch.
Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your questions, but remember, this changes shit.
He taps on the side of his head.
Legendary. White
Figure
check.
out what's going on. And a minus from backing down from him. So the
It's
way
basically
you
three
approach conversations, what you've interacted with already and seen elsewhere in the game will affect different roles. But the game will let you know.
I don't really see myself recovering from this. Fuck it. Roll the dice.
Sure. It's not like you're actually talking
He's
to him
on
about
your
it.
Oh my God!
bossing you around.
A 2 and a 1! I was so close!
Too.
Wow.
This is where he hangs out. You have to get more.
You were really close to, like,
He
auto-failing.
could be
Not that you had many options beyond double sixes to actually get it.
Yeah, I know.
You think you can turn the Kuno down for a moment? Talk like normal people? Or, I know this boundary pushing thing is new to you, but it's old news for us grown-ups.
Get your snout out of Kuno's ass. Kuno knows how hard Kuno pushes it. Kuno pushes it hard level. You should give up, Popo, or the Kun will keep fucking it out of you.
You okay, Kuno?
She looks worried. The Kun has her confused.
That went wrong. He took it as a compliment. Then he had a minor seizure.
Oh, man.
When
Shit,
empathy
yo, kid.
fails.
What's your question?
Yeah.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno.
Kim, help me out here. What do we want to know? Or, I don't have questions for Kuno. Or Kuno S.
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not, I would ask them who he is, how he got there, and the usual.
You have no idea what the usual is. Just ask whatever comes to mind.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp for target practice.
Right.
Mm-hmm. He's going to be
Probably planned.
real
Kuno
informative.
was busy down the road when that shit went down.
So you didn't see it happening.
Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno wasn't in Revachol. Kuno wasn't regional. I don't know. Some fucking Mesk or I don't know. Some other place. Night City. Kuno was in fucking Night City.
Sure you were.
There is no Night City anywhere.
Good
That
instinct.
sounds like the name of a city in some pulp science fiction novel.
Sorry, what did you say, Rad?
Good instinct. There is no Night City. He's clearly
Yeah.
making that shit up. Well, you just barely succeeded that.
Yeah, 10 out of 10.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You haven't been where Kuno's been. You haven't been in Kuno's head. You wanna know where Kuno was? You wanna know what Kuno's been fucking up to?
Don't tell him that, Kuno. It's lame.
It's not fucking lame. Kuno's building Kuno's city. Night City. Rage City. The City of Rage. That's it.
Lame.
That's the name of Kuno's city, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
Right.
Just
Seen
a
anyone
couple of
suspicious
pigs
around?
sniffing around in the dirt. That seems pretty fucking suspicious to Kuno.
Yeah, you tell the faggoty, Kuno.
Boy, I wonder what that word means.
Yeah, it's not English. I don't know if it's like Polish or Swedish or something, but it's pretty easy to infer.
Yep.
You're testing Kuno's patience here.
Get lost.
Well,
Right, Pig? This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it? Look at that fucking shit! You're trying to get Kuno killed!
so you
The
say the
ladder's
letters.
incredible.
Yeah.
Fuck does Kuno know? Kuno's not a fucking acrobat.
The lieutenant takes a quick note in his notebook.
It's a trap, Kuno. Don't climb it, Kuno.
Dunno. Kipkas Gardner used to work there.
Kipt is a pejorative term used to describe people of South Seminese or Erie-Uppergite descent. It used to be a common first name among the Erie-Uppergites of Ilmara. Not so much anymore.
So there's another one.
Yep. And I also, yeah, got 10 out of 10 on that one.
Mm-hmm. Hold on,
Yeah,
the gardener
that's
used
what
to work
Kuno
there?
said. She couldn't handle the heat, so she took off. Kuno can take it. Shit's nothing to Kuno. Look, Kuno doesn't explain shit. Kuno just says shit.
Yeah, her.
Rhetoric, yes. Her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit.
Spits over his shoulder, then looks back up at you.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
And now you've met Kuno. He's gonna be around for a bit.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the case, but still.
Why am I looking at
The
you,
body
trash
is
container?
downwind from here. Maybe you prefer the smell of garbage to the smell of death.
Lieutenant, what do you think could be in
Trash,
there?
food waste from the cafeteria. They lock these containers to keep the derelicts from flocking in. Could be evidence too.
Yeah, I feel like there's something in there.
Mm-hmm.
What do
Seems
you
like
mean?
a reasonable
feel?
suspicion. It's extrasensory perception. Whatever is in there holds a special significance.
I'm going to call it a hunch.
Mm-hmm. We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
Smart
I
kid.
think we could break it and heal more real.
You could break it, yeah. And owe him more if he knows. There's also the corpse.
And they deal with the corpse. That's very
The
obvious there.
corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does not look human. It's swollen and ready to burst. His lips are fish-like and his tongue like a ball gag in his mouth. You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot. The smell seeps in even through your clenched nostrils.
God, what is that? Why is it so bad?
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow. Cock's gonna blow, Kuno.
Let go of your nose without throwing up. Legendary check. 8% chance.
I could do it still.
It's a white check. There is a chance. It's more than 3.
The smell is repulsive. It pushes in from your mouth, more instant and more familiar than anything you'd expected.
Yeah, we're gonna walk away.
Yep. Ugh.
Too late. It's impossible to keep in. Your body curls and pushes it out, burst by burst, until a pool of vomit lies under your feet, and your throat stings from the stomach acid.
Your options are
okay.
God or
Happens to
I'm
everyone.
sorry or
Yeah.
Blazing Corpse.
The hangover is clearly making these worse for you. You could use some ammonia to clear your head. There is Frit nearby, east of the hostel. They usually have a small apothecary. If they don't,
Greenhouse,
there's
huh?
a greenhouse here, and a gardener with a wheelbarrow on the corner of the whirling in rags. If she works here, she might have something for the smell.
Acquiring ammonia will provide a modifier to the white check. Modifiers make checks easier and allow you to retry them.
Kind of surprised we haven't got that tutorial already. So yeah, there was a little lady who looked like she might be a gardener sitting out in front of the hostel.
Might be. But also this thing over here that we didn't.
Yeah,
heard
I've got
earlier.
two things over here. Which mechanism has been oxidizing for some years.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite. Because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets.
Damn.
Easy on the eyes. No,
That's the only
there's
reason
more
you're
to
looking
this.
at it.
You get this strange feeling. Hard to say. It's gone now. Feelings pass, you see. Especially the small ones. It's nothing. Someone just left some roofing material slanted against an old shack.
No, very clearly we could just go there and do something.
Yeah, it's a little obvious that may or may not be concealing something. But hey, check failed.
Yep.
So yeah, you've got the gardener to talk to. You can talk to Gart for keys. Or just keep exploring, really.
I can go back to the car and call people and do some of those quests.
Yeah. You can go back to his car.
Is that his car there?
That's his car.
This Postler Vantorie mail collection box has been heavily
Fuck you,
vandalized
mailbox.
with graffito. Closer
Yep.
inspection reveals 2 bullet holes in the front.
You can walk away, be nice to it, or be aggressive towards it.
The box seems happy. Eat shit, pig. Fucked by the coon. And St. G with a crown have been scribbled on it. Jenny is a whore. And best set mailbox also.
Mailbox gets around.
I feel you. Postal Adventure or mailbox have been there. Mailbox. Mail collection box, you should man the fuck up.
These are all thoughts your
The mail
character
collection
is
box
having for
seems
some reason.
cathartic. Thankfully then, so do you. You shudder. Then you swallow.
You still have the option to kick it.
I do. Oh, an autosave.
Yeah, the game will autosave fairly frequently. And of course, being a
Before you
CRPG,
stands
you've got
the motor
unlimited
carriage.
saves.
The bodywork is covered
That's
in
good.
blue and white livery, bearing the number 57. Vapor emanates from the large engine on the... This must be the infernal machine, that toy from oblivion. In the cabin, you are welcomed by a set of steering levers, a radio microphone on a hook, a pull-out toolbox under the seat, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
What are we looking at, Kim?
What is this machine? Or, interact with it like you still know a couple of things.
Thank you, Logic. Very cool. Yeah.
A metallic drawer slides out from under the seat and clicks into place.
Take what you need, officer. It's going to be a long case. I'm not protective of my tools, like some men are.
He's clearly a little protective of his tools. But what can you do? Work is work.
You've got a pry bar, some chain cutters, a flashlight, or close the toolbox.
The pull-out toolbox slides back.
I'll be nice to
into its
Kim.
nest. Preheater gauge.
Hey,
has the warm
he said
glow
you
of
could take
steering
them.
levers, and the radio
He did,
is hooked.
but he's also being polite.
He
The
is.
frequency tableau lights up, and a green button labeled Prime line glows like the soft purr of electrical kittens.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant. How may I assist you?
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st precinct here. I'm putting him on.
Operating the radio is easy. Just be confident. You've probably done it 1,000 times.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Contact your precinct or Sylvie.
Probably both.
Just a second, Officer.
Good idea. She puts you on hold instead of crackling softly like a bonfire.
41st, come in, over.
A scrawny old man sits in a dusty cubicle, smoking, with a large white rectangle sewn. The man uses relay code. You got this. You're a cop, and cops know relay code.
10-4 station
10-4
41.
message received, 10-5 relay message. What's your status? Over. 10-18, state your message, sir.
Report your badge missing. Ask for money. This might sound odd, but there's personal details I'd like to discuss. Or hang up.
10-9, over.
My badge. I can't find it
10-4
anywhere.
message received. This is a very serious situation. I need to 10-22 the...
Is it him? What does he want?
Says he
Jean
lost his
Vignet.
badge and needs to report it.
He what? He lost his badge? Who lost his badge?
Who's holding this fucking call?
Mullen. Who do you think?
Hey, my name's Dick Mullen.
Yeah, totally.
It's Officer Dick Mullen from the bestseller Dick Mullen and the Lost Identity.
He says,
Dick
fighting
Mullen
off laughter.
is not your name. It's the name of a fictional detective who would not lose his badge.
Oh.
Encyclopedia knows more than me.
It does. Most of your stats do. At least at this point.
Defend yourself. Immediately. They're laughing at you.
Come on, tell them to stop. This is serious. Or, haha, officer lost his badge. Like I'm the first cop to ever misplace his badge.
Yeah.
He says this has probably happened to other policemen before him and laughs sarcastically.
Oh, goddamn it. Is he fucking kidding? The whole station's gonna be dicked for this.
Satellite Officer Vikmar is wondering if you might be joking and adds that this tarnishes the reputation of the entire station. Over.
Mullen dicked us.
10-4, I hear you, officer. I'm just going to make a note here that you are in pursuit of your misplaced badge. Over.
Fuck me. Mac, come here. You've got to hear this. Dick Mullen lost his badge.
What's going on?
Super Cop here lost his badge.
Super cop, huh?
Now?
Yeah.
His badge. He lost his goddamn fucking badge.
Could you all please just stop saying lost his badge for a moment? Enough of
He
this
asks
now.
you to please stop saying he lost his badge.
Why? Did he find it?
I was wondering if you found your badge yet.
You don't have a comeback. Sorry. It's hard to think like this.
No! Come on, reaction speed.
Ouch. Ouch. You needed a
Not
12.
replying. Looks like he's still looking for it. 10-9, come again. I didn't get that. Over.
New heights even for Captain Sober.
Ask him. Ask him if he's...
Sergeant Orson wants to know if you...
Check your pockets. Check your... Holy fuck. You don't know where it is, do you?
Oh god, it's not here. I don't have my gun? Didn't even think about that yet, did we?
Okay, it's gone. Your gun is most definitely gone.
10-9, come in, officer. Did you get my question? We were wondering about your gun. Over.
Oh, it's a red check. Oh.
It's a red one. You get one shot.
And I don't have enough XP. I'm just a little short.
You're so close.
10-1, you're breaking up. 10-9, repeat please.
He's not
Over.
going to let you not say anything.
10-9, come in, officer. Over.
Well, maybe he will.
Oh, it keeps getting worse.
You didn't answer twice. That's not good.
Come in, officer. 10-9, repeat message, please. Did you misplace your firearm? Over.
You can hang up, admit it, or try to lie.
He doesn't have it.
dear God, he lost his gun. Oh my, I can't.
The man succumbs to laughter again.
This isn't really a laughing matter.
Mac can face a giant of cocoa nude by himself. But Disco here made him piss his pants. Oh, I can't. Fuck.
I'm not going to.
Ask him.
Sergeant Orson here is wondering if you are still in possession of your genitalia. Over.
That's a failed check. Yes, I lost my wiener too. Just lay off, okay? I left it at his mama's after I fucked her ass all night. Tell him that. I don't need to listen to this. Firewalker out.
Your joke and ask you to lay off.
I love Jules. Jules and I would get along, all right.
Jules is pretty nice. He's got your back where he can.
Tell him we'll lay off when he retrieves the goddamn police property that he has been entrusted with.
Satellite officer.
I heard him and I'm on it.
10-4 affirmative. Officer is in pursuit of his firearm.
Oh God,
Officer, do you need further assistance? Over.
I'm in dire need of financial assistance.
What about Sylvie? Let me ask about Sylvie.
I think you can call them back after you hang up. You can ask for money or talk about personal issues after you admitted that you lost your badge and gun.
Roger that. 10-10. Over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Oh, because it wasn't those guys. It was these. It was 57. 57's on 57's cool.
Yeah. Well, yeah. 57 seems a little bit more chill right now.
Well, 57 doesn't know me, so that's probably why.
Pretty much.
Of course. What is the number, officer?
Kim, didn't Gart give you Sylvie's number? Or
Yes.
maybe let's not.
Yeah.
The number is 00.
Received. Hold on.
Wait patiently or start slapping a marching rhythm.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Oh.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello?
Hello, this is the police calling. I have some questions for you about your last day's work.
Oh, I would acknowledge that she met me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her.
God damn it, electrochemistry!
That's electrochemistry. I don't know if I've seen that check before, actually.
Oh my god.
You quit your job at the Whirling. Why? Or
I can lean into it too.
You can totally lean into it.
Oh my god.
It gets a little wild.
Not me.
Why didn't you call? Didn't a corpse behind the workplace bother you? Or do you know who made the call?
No, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones, or people don't have the money to have the cables put in again.
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the union already knew about the corpse.
What does the union have to do with this? I meant us. You should have called the police.
No one calls the police. The union would get angry. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Wait, Kim, she's speaking the truth? Is the union the law around here? I am the authority around here. Looks like there's a limit to our authority, or tell me, why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your own backyard for weeks instead of calling us? Or maybe there's
weeks. It was like 7 days, right?
I think so far they've said it's like a full week.
Yeah.
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
Let me get this straight. You ignored the law?
Who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble. You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
You can push her or say don't worry about it.
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
Bit late for tears, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not gonna go dick with her.
I know. It's just...
That's a safe choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir.
Oh?
Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone.
It was me.
You know whom?
I think you hear a sliver of accusation in her words. Don't be paranoid. She's obviously talking about someone else, not you.
That's a failed check.
For volition, yeah. It was a godly check too.
It was a godly check. It's hard to make that check. There's a bunch of stuff in the beginning like this where the game kind of sort of pushes you in a direction, but you know, it's still your choice.
I really don't want to talk about this. Let's just forget about this, okay? Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off right now. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh, no, I haven't.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours?
Oh god, not my uniform too. I should really look into that. Kim doesn't have a uniform. He seems real.
He does have a uniform. He has the jacket.
Yeah, you both have something with a white rectangle on it.
Right. It's better to not ask too many questions, lest people start thinking you're a cop or something.
Alright, I'm not gonna ask her where my gun is. That's mildly bad.
I do hope so. Please, don't call me again.
Pretty entertaining.
Oh, it's a red check, but it's 72%.
It's 72%. You got a bonus, because you know she wanted to get away from you.
No.
Fuck
she
you!
Have a problem with you. It must be someone else she's angry about. Some other guy.
So close.
Like God. Trust me, you wouldn't want to be the guy here. You know, you're the guy. You're Lieutenant Love, matchmaker extraordinaire.
Oh my god.
Help the poor girl out.
When
lest she turns into a spinster.
To go without all this internalized misogyny.
I'm just telling things the way they are. You have to act, Lieutenant Love. You have to calm that hysteric down.
Oh my
Tell
god.
it you've got everything under control. Then go and have a little boys' talk with God himself.
When
Think you can do
empathy
that,
fails.
Lieutenant
Love? Are you still there, kiddo? Listen, I've got everything under control. Or Daddy's gonna take you on his lap, little darling.
Oh my god.
Or
refuse the love quest, even though it's wonderful.
The game will tell you, like, hey, you failed. You should totally keep going. It's fine to refuse it. It's funny but rough if you accept it, as you can see by those top two answers.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no.
You're just a gimp. What? You want to be more empathetic?
Says
Always dominated by the other party. Anything else, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the...
Alright.
Well, saved yourself some embarrassment there, though only a little.
Yeah.
The love quest is not long and pretty hilarious, but it's one of those things that gets very crass very quick.
I'm sure, yeah. I am the law.
Yeah, you can walk up all Judge Dredd style. Or just keep listening or ask him.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
How long have you been
Feels
here?
like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased.
Imagine. It's been a whole week already. So tell me, what do you need?
You can ask him for smokes, or keep trying to be healthy. Ask him for money, talk about the strike. Know anything about that dead guy behind the hostel?
Yeah.
He ain't one of those drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
Dang.
What are you hauling? Yeah.
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
You're under arrest.
Or, wicked, I've always wanted a friend in the underworld.
Can't even get a few jokes past you, my man. I've got another haul of found cargo. Mostly sporting goods, tracksuits, and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad in the Occident, though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
Could I get one of those?
Yeah, I got a tracksuit to spare.
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
Fair enough.
This rockin' beauty.
Makes sense.
Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
A motor lorry, also called a camion, on Caillou and neighboring islands. This one looks roughed up enough to be some sort of found rust bucket. Maybe the A6.
Good eye, my man. Yup, she's an old one, but reliable. Me and her spent a long time together.
Long time, so nothing illegal then.
Not unless they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
Which, you know, who knows? We have no idea how the law works around here.
Exactly.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
And tell me about the
It's
strike.
Whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands, no way in or out. Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like a strike negotiator type. They know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes, from the White Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching. Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do. Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high.
But one of them was
Or
back
late.
behind the thing.
Not that I blame them, really.
Because they would have worn off the sole of their right shoe.
Exactly. That's, I think, our best guess so far.
Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
He glances down the road toward the horizon.
Chasing transient pleasures.
Oh, goddamn it,
The more
electrochemistry.
Transient, the better. When it's ended, you can get onto the next one. He tries his best to look nonchalant, but there's a rigidity in him, as if trying to conceal something warm and deep beneath a cool exterior.
What do you see in his eyes? We just had empathy fail on us pretty hard already.
Hey!
Wow!
Flecks of brown.
On a 17!
I got it exactly.
Wow, you got it exactly. Not even double sixes.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
You can't escape chemistry. It's in you all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna see Electro Kim pop up.
Yeah.
The game will tell you about your character.
Yeah. Flecks of brown and gold, familiar
It's
hat.
hard to say. His gaze wanders southwest, down the street that goes beyond the horizon.
Excuse me?
A flinch jolts his frame. The question has touched a nerve.
I'm a cop. I can fix anything. Hell, I get longing. I felt something similar since I woke up.
Man, I don't know what to say. Not much anyone can do. There's no helping in absence, you know. I miss my family. They're all I have. My wife, second kid on the way, waiting all the way in Diora. And here I am stuck in this shit, so far from home.
Think he comes from the
Diora,
Kashala
the
district?
Seven Seas. It's on the other end of La Caillou, pretty much. On another island called Laurentide, off mainland. We've got a little place there. I can
Sorry.
almost hear my kid laugh.
What was that again, Rad?
I said, do you think he comes from the Kashala district of Deora? Like a Kashala Deora?
Oh, my brain's frying on... Oh, that, yeah.
So
like, what is the reference? Oh, Monhunt. Monhunt, yes.
It's a Monster Hunter thing, yeah.
But they still give me the option to miss somebody.
What's it like? Good. And bad. An ache that brings you joy. I think of them a lot. I dream up these silly scenarios in great detail of living with them. It comforts me. What about you, cop man? You missing someone?
Is that what it is? This feeling? No, it's scarier than that. You're pursued by a hunter, smelling of apricots and sorrow, and the past.
I missed my gun. I lost it.
Yeah. Inland and Half-Light, no. I'm fine, man. I don't miss anyone. I miss someone, but I don't know who.
I feel hunted. I'm gonna go with Half-Life.
Sure. Half-Light's kind of great. I don't see a lot of people play with high Half-Light very often.
Hunted? By what?
By a shadowy figure known only to me as the X-something.
An ex-wife?
Oh, damaged health.
How did that damage my health?
I don't know. Maybe you got a bad heart or something. Ex-wife? No, it's a sinister presence that hunts me across all planes of existence. It followed me into this world when I awoke. I think it might be a planar hunter. Whatever it is, one thing is for sure. It is not my ex-wife.
The physical build is harder to finish the game. Yeah, that is a little interesting, but...
It kind of is. There's a lot of, like,
Still,
thinking and observing going on.
That sounds pretty bad. I hope that doesn't happen to my marriage.
For some reason, sire, he pays no heed to your objection, continuing instead as if it were your ex-wife.
First off, what is marriage?
It's definitely going to happen to your marriage, too. Don't worry, I'm certain nothing bad is ever going to happen to your marriage. Yeah, my thing has nothing to do with marriage.
Drama.
Oh, drama.
Sure,
Succeeded,
man,
though.
if you say so. But look, man, thanks for this. It's good to talk to someone. I know it wasn't easy to ask, so... I hope you find your way through your own troubles.
Let's see if I can bum a smoke.
Nope, don't smoke.
He's literally smoking in front of me.
He's literally smoking in front of you.
Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the...
Yep, nothing wrong with that statement. You have nothing to add.
I failed a perception check. God damn it.
You failed to notice him taking a drag from his own cigarette, as he says he doesn't smoke.
With 3 T's. Revachol's weird.
I'm not gonna ask
Don't be a
for money.
stranger.
All right. You're going to have to get some money somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I have no idea.
Nope. Pigs Go Home. The street name is illegible. Street sign reads, "Fuck the police."
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with?
The young woman looks up at you.
We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What can I help you with?
My partner told me you might have some ammonia.
I'm done with it.
She takes a small capsule out of her breast pocket and hands it to you.
Go easy on that stuff. It gave me a terrible headache. Of course. Where to?
You can ask about the city.
There's the pier, the Cape Side apartment buildings, some more tenements. Not a lot, really. The harbor gates, some kind of commotion, I think. I don't follow the local politics. A fleet store, too. Some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge leads to the coast, but it's broken, I think. Some kind of accident, probably.
Okay.
Just coast. There's a little fishing village there, and a fish market. But that got closed down ages ago. It's just water. No, actually, I think they call it the Martinez Inlet. There are some islands in the bay, but they're hard to reach. What do you mean?
Gonna play up being disoriented or like be forceful with her?
Yes, sir. District of Martinez. This intersection is called Roundabout North.
He knows where we are. He just wants directions.
No, I
Lieutenant
don't.
Seems uncomfortable with the level of disorientation you're displaying.
No problem. Of course.
No gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a dead body to deal with after all.
Sure. Keep them. I have another pair.
She's a very helpful, nice little gardener, just taking a break. +1 interfacing. Thick latex gardening gloves and a classic canary yellow. Maybe you should retire, take up gardening as a hobby? It's worth a thought. It'll tell you if you get an actual thought. Now you're just a cop walking around in pants, a blazer, a tie, no shirt, and some gloves.
Exactly.
Honestly, you fit in. Glossy magazine, most able-bodied men. Issue hosts a top 10 list. Or jump jams.
Magnesium.
Yeah. And I believe this is the Frit store.
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Oh, that's the tear machine. It's a machine for tear. You know, you find tear outside, like bottles or whatever, and put it in the machine, then it gives you money. You need a bag, I guess. We used to have some, but we gave them all out, so feel free to use it if you find a bag, though.
Okay, so I can get
I'm
money this
sure
way.
There are some out there, somewhere.
Yeah, so if you want to go around picking up trash, you can recycle it. For money. Like a hobo.
You see several packaged raincoats fill a low shelf beneath a display of croissants and juice bottles. The raincoats are transparent, except the packages are small, discreet, sloppily stacked, making them easier to take unnoticed. No need to worry about knocking over a display.
What is what? It's a raincoat. If you want to buy one, then it's only 4 real.
Her attention is drawn to the raincoats. Stealing one undetected will now be more difficult.
That's fine. I wasn't going to try and steal one.
It's kind of weird for a cop to try and be a big thief. Though you totally can.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles. Their logo is the bloodless rose, pure white.
just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
Health, morale.
And I think Duramine and Hypnogamma are multi-use items, so they heal only one, but you can use them
several times.
Yeah, you can use them 3 times.
Okay.
St. Baptiste, you know, St. Baptiste Pharmaceuticals, the one that sells meds out of St. Baptiste.
She is right. Saint Baptiste, the company, derives its name from Saint Baptiste, the city. Itself so named because that's what it is. A rare case where that really is the full etymological history. As far as almost anyone knows, at least.
Okay.
A colourful display of cigarettes and alcohol bottles there, in that dark green
There's your
glass.
favorite.
All in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol, love, alcohol.
This is not
I'm
a good
obliged to
place for
inform
a
you that
recovering
both
addict.
Alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that.
Listen here, you little shit.
Know this.
I mean,
you will never finish your
it's written on your face.
quest if you don't buy beautiful alcohol.
God damn it, electrochemistry.
Just right there up front. Do you want the experience from that quest I gave you? It's time to start smoking and drinking.
Do you sell any under-the-counter vices? Yeah, no. I'm not gonna solicit the store person here who I don't even know how old
Teen
she
working at the corner store to be like, hey, you got any real drugs?
That's not what I thought they were gonna go with, the under-the-counter vices.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something else. I forget. Hey, you've almost got 1/20th of what you need to pay for a single night's rent. Yeah, we can still go talk to Gart for some keys to the trash.
Yep.
Can I help you? Mine? No, it...
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you...
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why.
I thought as much. And are you the only...
Well, yes. Us and...
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
Doesn't it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
What do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
You can ask for a drink here.
I'm sure I could. Or I could sing karaoke.
You can totally prod him about singing karaoke. Just let him know it'll happen eventually.
Out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Oh my god.
That's
I
a
have an
success.
empire. I know.
Inland really wants you to sing that karaoke.
They do.
What thing? What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. He wasn't pan-fried, he was lynched. What could the kitchen... Fine, okay, the kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that. Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and... They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good...
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Okay.
Thank you, reaction speed. So close. So close to a level. A woman handwrote yesterday's menu. Today's starts in a man's handwriting. Probably Sylvie and then Gart, huh?
Why is the kitchen closed now?
It's closed. There's no one back there cooking. That's 11:45 a.m.
Oh, AM, not PM.
Yeah, the clock, he said 1 p.m., but the text said 1300.
Yeah.
So the clock will run by military hours. Also, this game was made by, like, Eastern Europeans.
Yeah.
Some of it shows every now and again.
This trash container is locked with a well-oiled crack. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't.
Didn't I just have a premonition that there's something in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms, the smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
Hey,
Wait,
level up.
just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Dang, it takes a while for
You
them.
see
Well, I guess a
milk
week is normal
and
for
egg
trash
waste
collection.
with one broken egg in it, some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. You've done this before. The movements are recorded in your elbows, the methodology in your fingers. You're used to this. No, searching for evidence in the trash. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below.
Okay.
And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however. Among the threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay.
Somebody took his pants off and threw them in the dumpster. Why?
Mm-hmm. He seems to be missing everything except his underwear and his boots.
But why steal his pants and throw them out?
Yeah, good question.
Yeah. The story of its creation is pretty interesting. Yeah, I'll have to look that up sometime.
Yeah, honestly, the story of the people who made this
Guitar
game
mark, blue jeans.
is actually still going on
Okay.
right now.
Empty.
There's some cool,
Or emptied. He wore them
some
with
cool
a
history
belt,
there.
too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there?
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
This is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario.
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. A yellow old mug that catches your eye. But other than that...
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
He nods towards the red-haired boy behind him.
Not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash, the lid was locked, and this establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
Yeah.
Basically, middle-aged alcoholics and D&D players pressured their DM into doing something with this interesting setting. First, he has written a book that wasn't very successful.
The lieutenant
Yeah, that's a
nods,
piece of it.
then looks back into the trash container.
It's definitely worth noting that there's a novel that, wasn't very successful and saw some success after this game came out.
A broken mug with an oddly racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron.
And it becomes very apparent that an author helped build this game.
Only in its social sensibility.
Lieutenant briefly glances at the mug,
You've acquired an
then returns to his
item.
side of the
Investigate this item further by going to the Interact tab in your inventory.
It's just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here.
So Inland Island told me I succeeded, and there's nothing here.
What's this?
Yeah. It also previously told you that you wouldn't like what you find in there.
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
No, it can't be.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM's street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
How did it get in the trash?
It has a foreboding quality to it. Maybe I needed to lose it for the great bloodletting to begin.
It's rather apocalyptic to say.
Yeah.
I think I didn't want to be a cop anymore, so I threw it away. Someone from the Whirling threw it in the trash. I don't know. I'm boring.
Boring. Try dangerous. You should do a thorough inventory of that. Be sure some has not fallen into the hands of the RCM's enemies, organized crime, or worse. Official notes sometimes contain informants' names, even undercover operatives.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. I don't know, man. Sounds like an order. I don't take those.
Now, tell me what your eagle eyes see. Or are we finished?
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
So...
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Inland really didn't want you looking at that ledger.
Yeah, they didn't. And we have a skill point to use.
You have a skill point. You could buff a skill that you feel like you're, lacking in, or maybe want to be better at with any other conversation in the future. You could save it for buffing in the middle of a conversation.
I'm thinking I'm going to do that. That seems a good idea.
That's generally what I see people advise.
Yeah. And then...
an ampule of ammonia from the gardener. Thin glass tube wrapped in cotton. Or the handkerchief, which you can sell for $2.50.
Huh. So I was supposed to get the ammonia... Oh, yeah, we're getting the ammonia to interact with the body.
Right. To help you from yakking again while trying to do anything with it.
There's the interact button in inventory.
Right up there by its title. Right under the image.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
Leave it, or there's quite a lot to read here, actually.
What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
Here we go. This mug is an example of prejudice. I'm not going to use it as an example of what... Or I'm going to use it as an example of what not to do. I'm going to push this in the face of every merchant I find and tell me this is your inane ideology.
By denouncing it, I can earn political capital to mask my badass hustling, fraud, and embezzlement.
Or, the mug didn't belong in the trash. It was just a funny mug. Can't anyone laugh anymore? I don't know about that fourth one.
Yeah, that fourth one seems really bad.
Yeah, it does. It does. But they're all content.
They are.
But it was in the trash. Why not just call it out when you see it? Or do some volunteering work? It's just a racist, but...
Oh, so we can't do that
Oh,
again.
It stops you. Yeah. For what it's worth.
Found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white...
Sorry, I interrupted you.
You're fine.
From plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip.
For what it's worth.
This display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
If you do pick that obviously kind of racist option, the fourth option there on the mug, the game just goes, oh, you're that kind of cop. and then it closes the dialogue. There's no more.
Oh my god. Alright,
So, the game will allow you to be racist, but, like, it calls you out for it.
No, it's toilet paper. desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Take it off or leave it there. It's cool.
Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila, the ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pen, the surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of info? Or how can you read it?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
Interesting.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right wavelength will do. All
Like...
RCM vehicles have had lights designed to reveal halogen watermarks.
Ah,
Mine
nice.
too.
Yeah.
So, his car.
Yeah,
This
you can go
means
use his
you
car
can
to read it.
the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, they're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages. Work, strife, poverty, the general quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention.
Interesting.
But there are at least 20, maybe 30. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Thank you, Logic. Is 2 cases a week a good caseload, Lieutenant? Well, there was mention of a naming convention.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the... It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
My cases appear to employ some kind of naming convention. We can see if there's room to open up a new official case.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load, Lieutenant. I'm not sure I completed them, though. Or nod and return to the case notes.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
I burned out all right.
Yeah, it seems so. Maybe you like the brisk pace. Maybe you know you made mistakes.
Caseload. It's a matter of method.
Like a fan of girls, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
Yeah, that's the one. Lie.
Oh,
I
you mean the
love...
titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
I love when a game gives you a bunch of options and then a lot of them just have lie in the parentheses.
The mug dialogue tree contains more words than whole Skyrim side quests. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the only game, or maybe just the first, but one of the very few games that has more words and dialogue than Planescape Torment. There are over 1 million words in this game, easy.
Yeah,
Just
because it's every tree.
Yeah, it's
a
large.
holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. The ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will do, barely.
What was that?
I was just reading the unspoken text.
Ah.
No worries.
Sorry, I tend to go a little bit fast to get a little quiet sometimes.
That's fine.
Do you have a pen?
The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder.
Oh no!
Caliber bullets on an ammo belt. It's downright incriminating. He has little choice but to give you one, although he really does not want to. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
You know you have to give me one, right? That is how human society works.
I believe.
Can I have one, or I'll just use this crappy pencil?
He's a real one. He's got your back.
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
I love it.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now...
No, actually. Any ideas?
Shit on a stick. Furies are at home in the mirror.
Your choice.
And the hanged man
Sort of.
seems the simple one.
It does. And I believe with Kim working on you together with this case, you might have to share the name.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Hey, 30 XP. Nice.
I believe he doesn't even let you choose a different name.
Ah.
Or like, that's a little poetic, don't you think?
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers.
Okay.
They're a little further from your nose now.
Yeah, still interacting with it.
Yeah. Can I read the case files?
It's proving to be harder than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
So what's the difference between adding a point here or adding a point to logic?
I don't know if you can add a point to your side stats.
No, I can't. Alright. So let's level up logic and try that again.
Yeah, it's a solid one to have. And then if you just exit the screen, you can, like, spend multiple skill points. Or just exit the screen and it takes. You could also use or explore the other options and maybe gain even more of a bonus. Maybe.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The
Damn.
edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Blue. The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Inland Empire does not want me looking into it.
It's still warning you about that clipboard.
Something rattles inside, permeables. It's not hidden per se. The compartment is made for permeable materials that would get damaged if something happened to it. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to it with your hands. U4-sized pages hang from the clip, screwed to the top of the board. It's proving to be
Fucking
harder
again?
than expected. You just don't have the intellectual rigor to patch the quilt back together. Try again later.
Like I was saying, it's fine to save scum, though I don't think you saved right before this.
I didn't. Let's try interfacing.
And I think Lonesome Long Way Home is that
Is
thought.
not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it open, but nothing happens. Then you bend. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic mess suddenly afraid of you for some reason.
+1, Kim explained the system. -1, Lonesome Long Way Home.
Which I believe is the thought you have in your thought cabinet, which is the 4th icon down there. Yeah.
I was adding 1 from Lonesome Long Way Home.
It's adding 1 to Encyclopedia, but for that task on the clipboard, it's a -1.
Interesting.
In the back, you see thin, translucent copy paper. Some neon, then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form, waiting to be filled in. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at a monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe case, yes. All that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers. Interview requests for bad guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copy of paper. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat. The stuff of death itself.
So I have to examine that again to have any chance, but...
Yep, later with more logic or interfacing. And it's worth pointing out that the only way to unlock those checks is to increase the stat with skill points.
I noticed.
If you bump them up with different clothing or equipment, that doesn't count.
Yep, yeah.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes.
So I have the ammonia.
Yeah. I forget if... I think you can use it somehow. Maybe you have to try again, and then it will prompt you to use the ammonia.
There he still is, looking right through you.
Oh, +1 with ammonia.
The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. The ammonia only makes it worse. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
You have now yacked twice on the crime scene.
Hmm.
The ammonia didn't help at all, or I don't think I want to be a cop anymore.
Are you okay, officer?
The weight is reassuring. like a krenel on solid
That's a
fortification.
harsh lighting change.
Pat, pat.
You're facing tough odds here. It's aggravated further by alcohol withdrawal.
Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop my whole life? This is bullshit. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a cop. Can we do something else? I think I want to solve something else now. Do it without me. I just can't keep it down.
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, and then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You
I
seem to
think
be
I've
fine.
lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too.
So we can say nothing, or we can ask him to do it.
Pretty much.
No. This is a two-man assignment because it needs 2 officers to complete. You need to get your shit together.
But I don't want to get my shit together.
Yeah, my shit already is together. Or just shake your head no. Or agree with them.
We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
It's weird that that tutorial didn't pop up with the first thought, but here we are. You gained a thought called volumetric shit compressor.
An inconspicuous pile of the roofing material.
I think that's all like a level above you. Perspective makes it a little weird though. I would highly recommend internalizing that thought. At least for now. But there's other stuff you can do. Your shit is a part. It's rather unbecoming of a cop and a human being. It's supposed to be the opposite of that. Together.
So this is just so I can deal with the body.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. So you need to find something to do for half an hour. Let's see. You could look at your ledger and his lights, or keep exploring.
Good.
This book is about pate. Oh, the bookstore. Lots of things to do in here. Though I don't know if you can afford any books right now.
I can't.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding barbarian on the cover. Nearly all the titles contain the word Hyundai somewhere.
Or keep. Tell me about the Muscle Man books.
Man from Hyundai. A very popular series of adventure novels. They're awfully immoral and violent books.
She looks at the book with some disdain.
Scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical things he encounters. They're bound to grab those with little imagination and nothing to do.
Thank you,
Sounds good. What should I start with?
Yeah, you'd be like, oh, cool. I like that.
What does it matter? They're all the same. However, if you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyundalaman, the man from Hyundal. It's supposed to be a good introduction to the series.
What an incredibly creative title.
Rows and rows of Hyundalamen blur your vision. You make out some titles. Man from Hyundal and the Mammoth Riders. Man from Hyundal, Return to Hyundal. And the solipsistic Man from Hyundal and the Hyundal Man.
So,
oh my gosh.
So not only does this game have like tons of text, not only does it have a lot of different books you can read, it has at least 2 book series in it.
God.
There's one of them.
Maybe 100. Man from Hyundal and the sages at the end of the world. Not even close. Man from Hyundal.
Let's just skip all of those.
Man from Hyundal.
Yep.
And the forest of slaves. Nothing of interest. Only silence and the cosmic background pain radiation.
Thank you, pain threshold. Stat that I didn't have pop up too often in my playthroughs. I never did like a very physical playthrough. Though you can do some wildly different stuff with it.
You can beat the shit out of the kid.
You can start by punching Kuno in the face and succeeding at it, which changes that entire conversation.
A set of tattered curtains blocking the way to another room.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only.
What's behind the curtains? Or examine the strange cage-like trinket. Or just pull them open.
You see some kind of charm, an irregular polyhedron assembled from bones, sticks, and straw. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide protection against ill luck. The inhabitants of Elysium, the Seminine Islands down south. Aside from poking at it suspiciously, there is nothing else to do with the fishhead charm at this time. The curtains remain shut before you.
Nothing. Now please go back to browsing the books. Don't you feel compelled to look at the books?
Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more alluring they become.
Yeah, that's extremely suspicious.
It's odd. Also gives you little bits about the charms, and her saying compelled give you a little idea of what type of person she is.
Just as you're about to pull apart the curtain.
Sir, don't touch that. I told you it's off limits for the customers.
Her hand is closed around a pendant.
Speaking, we're dumb if you decide to open them. I won't be held responsible for the consequences.
She looks away, mumbling. Why is everyone always messing with the curtains? Why can't they just buy books like normal people?
So do you want to play up at being a regular police officer, or maybe say you sense something calling from you from that place? You must investigate beyond the threshold.
You do? My God, even more reasons not to mess with the curtains. Just step away, dear sir. Why? It's not like anyone was killed there.
She stops abruptly.
I don't mean to be so impolite. Just please don't go there. I can't allow that. You'll only make things worse and unleash the powers.
The powers.
What the fuck is up with this lady?
She's... believes in the mystics, I guess?
No! Please just talk to me, officer. Come here and let's talk this...
There is something mysterious about the curtains. The curtains, tattered with age and covered in dust, hang before you, as if taunting you.
So Anonyment thinks it's bad. Or thinks there's something there.
Welcome to Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous
England is
People.
curious.
My name is Plaisance. Be welcome, and please take responsibility for the energy you bring into this space.
Oh my God.
I
Yep.
am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture.
She has fine-tuned her voice to find the most welcoming approach for attracting new customers. It doesn't work.
Why are you so uptight about those curtains?
I already told you, it's just a storage room for him. Just let it go, officer. Go buy some goddamn books. You're supposed to be drawn to the books. It's just for decoration. Okay, fine. It's just because this place is cursed, just like everyone said. They don't call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Are you happy now, officer? Happy that you've ruined everything?
Take it easy. You've broken her resistance. Pushing her further will gain nothing.
How does the curse manifest? Why didn't you just tell me right away there's a curse? Have you sought help from anyone?
The curse is so much worse than you could imagine. It's a disease. It's the curse of financial distress.
Oh my God, lady.
Ruin.
Didn't that curtain just move?
Did it?
Officer, there's nothing natural about entire companies declaring bankruptcy. I'm talking about cacodemons. There's something wrong with this building, I can tell you. Ever since I arrived, I've sensed an eerie lingering presence, as if I was unwanted here.
I can't leave the conversation, but I can conclude it by basically saying, let me investigate, or...
Yeah, you can play along with her, or be like, you're nuts. Just let me go back there.
Most certainly not. I don't want anyone who's not familiar with the psychic arts to get involved in this mess. Stay away. Leave the spirits be, so they can return to their slumber.
Clean coin toss. If you want to let her, if you want to convince her to, you can't save in the middle of a conversation, but you can back out and redo this. Farewell for now, book peddler.
Safe scumming the shit out of this.
Go for it.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to...
Time to fire up the old lie machine.
Trauma
No.
failure.
The lieutenant looks at you. You've got this. Just go with it. This is elegant.
Crime Bros.
We're called
Stop being
Crime
such a
Bros, my
fussy
partner and
prude.
I.
You can't convince her without lies. The woman before you scans the store.
Bye. Crime Bros. Jesus.
That's what we're known as. That's why you should let us back there. We know all about crimes. But it's paranatural,
Hello again,
detective.
esteemed officer, and welcome to...
Time to fire up the old lie.
No.
The
Close.
Lieutenant, you've got this. Stop the woman before you.
Bitch.
Remember, failure is fine sometimes.
I want behind that curtain.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome...
Time to fire
Bitch, I'll kill you.
That's such a worse roll, too. Last time it was a 6. That was a 3.
The woman before you.
I have no patience left for your bullshit game. Let me behind the fucking curtain.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
There we go.
You silver-tongued fiend. Show her what world-class perfidy looks like.
It's still going to be a lie.
Wait, what if I don't want to lie?
You want to get behind those curtains or not?
Are you sure? I don't think I haven't seen charlatans before. You're no
I have
charlatan
returned from
detective.
the void.
You're nothing like one. And you're clearly a drinker. Pardon me.
Hey now, hey. You need the booze to focus, alright?
Off electrochemistry.
The lieutenant keeps his usual stony calm. You go ahead then. Rock her world, he thinks. I'll compose some notes.
I've had my share of drinks, but only because the spectral realm is parapsychologically taxing. Or, you see, it's necessary to drink the spirits in order to contact the void.
How do you know all this?
Here we go.
Your words brought me here in the first place. The Simonese blood also runs through me. Or I
I
am
am
the
the
void
void.
revenant. I have the powers to de-bad all of the bad energies.
You're part Simonese. Oh, it means our meeting couldn't have been mere but. I am not the only one at risk. I have to think of my daughter. You are certain you can help us? Keep us safe?
Just ask him, he'll vouch for me.
Collateral damage to hit us.
Yeah.
If you promise, good officer, then you might be our last hope. Do you swear it?
Now,
Thank you, sir.
it's worth noting that you
I
were
haven't told you about
in a
The
successful
entity.
check that whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So you can kind of tell her whatever.
Okay.
And you've already succeeded.
Do not act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
That's not always the case, but...
You don't act surprised. You know of these things, sire.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Drama...
You have?
Drama loves
The entity takes
sire.
the form of a woman, a witch probably. I've suspected that she must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you know that she lives inside the chimney? Yes, that chimney is part of the building's central furnace, and it's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metals, some unnatural magic, I assume.
Oh.
You should
Keys.
go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. What is this? Oh, and please do return to me after you've looked round. I'm quite...
Unbelievable darkness and ruin. What you discover? Probably just some office space.
Bitch game.
You
Eat that.
You can game it.
Yeah, it's designed that you can, absolutely.
Very much so.
These shelves are overburdened with books from the same series.
Dick Mullen!
The name
There it
Dick
is.
Mullen over crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to act. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological, not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
Sure.
You want a whole bunch of book names?
Dick
Here we
Mullen
go.
On the job. Get Me Mullen. The Stalwart Adventures of Richard P. Mullen. Dick Mullen and the Murder in the Orchard. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the Murder House. The Final Case of Dick Mullen. An Obvious Lie. Dick Mullen in the Clock Tower.
Dick Mullen does?
Dick Mullen. Oh no. Turns out he faked it to solve the case.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Are there more?
Yes. There's also The Dame Who Did It. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. Another one with fake death. And, of course, Dick Mullen. After all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. The title reads, Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
All right. See you, Fick. Have a good night.
Later, yo.
What do we hear? Mistaken Identity.
A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise seems to be that Dick Mullen is framed for the murder of his best friend and has just a few days to prove his innocence. Could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals?
That's probably right. I'm a complicated guy, full of contradictions.
Perhaps you're drawn to the dark and noirish atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm pretty intense. All about that dark stuff. No,
Is
it's
it
not that
because
either.
the smoking dame in the slinky red dress on the cover is giving you a hard on?
Oh, yeah. That's definitely it. No, that's not what's happening.
Yes, it is. The bulge in your... Relax. It's not that bad. Also, this means your blood flow is rich.
Something the matter, detective?
No, all good here. Casually adjust your pants.
The lieutenant nods. You think you detect the faintest trace of a grin on his face, but you can't say for certain. Volumetric ship compressor.
Nice that one's only a half hour.
Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
Oh, learning cap for endurance is raised to 4.
Not bad.
Nice.
Yeah, I forget how many thoughts there are total, but there's a ton. Some of them the game kind of hands to you, like in that instance, which help a whole lot with examining the body for the first time. And some of them
reads biographies of famous people.
Not so
Sorry,
much.
and some of them.
You see a large variety of names, none of which ring a bell.
Oh, let me actually go refill my water.
Okay.
1 sec.
I don't know if you saw it, but one of the pop-ups around the bookshelf was Tomes of Fascist Magic. Which we haven't really got to any of the political stuff yet, but oh boy. Which direction do you think we'll go? We've only got 4 to choose from. In fact, I don't think Deus has seen the like stats page with all the different kappa types and things. Maybe that only pops up after we examine the ledger. Still, we've got options and a long way to go. I don't remember there being anything too incredibly interesting here in the bookstore. I mostly dealt with the doomed commercial district in the back, which has a lot more fun stuff going on. And I'll be honest, I don't know if I've seen a boring cop playthrough. So I might be in for something new here.
I'm back. I pick up myself a snack.
Welcome back. I was just talking about the bookstore and the possible playthroughs we might have. I don't know if you caught it. The description of one of the bookshelf tomes, or bookshelves here, was you see a collection of tomes of fascist magic. We haven't really got to many political things yet, but some of them are kind of unavoidable. So we'll see which direction that goes.
Yeah, I heard you talking, but
okay,
I was away from the mic.
So. Okay,
that's interesting.
Yeah, we'll see.
Through all the books with all their names makes your head spin. None of these seem important or relevant. Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's life story, you see a slim biography of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and cocaine into the other.
So those both exist in this world. Oh yeah. Hell of a mix, right?
Next to that, Revacholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free. Do still browse though, but not too long.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you. You are browsing. Go ahead. Take your time. Time is...
She really wants you to buy books.
She does. Yeah. I feel like that would be the sort of thing that I wish they'd done a little bit better at the Barnes and Noble's manga section.
Oh, sure.
That's funny. The
store is not strictly about crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Yeah, paranormal literature.
There's also a wide range
of
natural literature.
Reading these probably would have helped those checks earlier.
Maybe.
But yeah, it's funny. I know I definitely seen pictures or heard about people in Japan basically doing the same thing we did in America, like just going to a manga store and just reading all of it.
100%. I've done that.
Yeah, and then we did the same thing in America with clearly we would have had no context for doing it or knowing about it.
Yeah.
Which is just sort of funny, but that's just what people do.
I mean, they have like sofas and chairs and stuff in there. They practically encourage you to just come in and sit down and read like an entire comic book or manga book and then put it back.
Amidst the various books, you find one written by someone named. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, is to give people medicinal advice in situations where they don't have access to paid health services. It serves platitudes, while also telling everyone that traditional medicine, the kind people don't have access to, and which costs more than this book, is garbage, and would only give you cancer in wholeness, unity, balance.
Little sussy.
On the other hand, can basically take care of anything. When it's up to your mind to heal yourself, then it's because of your mind that you're ill in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. It's very, very similar to a lot of grifter stuff we have going on here.
Yeah.
The book features chapters on topics such as how to find magnesium. There's even a chapter on the ancient Seraïs tradition of using duck gallbladder preservatives to treat and prevent sexually transmitted diseases. Pre and post factum apply. This is just mundane garbage. What's even paranatural about this?
Pretty much nothing.
The throbbing in your head increases with every passing moment you gaze at this. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a small green book becomes apparent. The title of it reads, Medicinal Purposes of the Pale.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, one of the more interesting concepts in the game.
The book contains very little explanation on the matter. This knowledge seems to be taken for granted. The book contains descriptions of various pseudoscientific therapies, alternative medicines, and folk remedies involving the pale, also known as le territoire.
The
For
territory.
example, it recommends vigorously swatting one's naked body with a venom or hand broom, made from the leafy twigs of a young birch tree from the near pale.
Okay.
It is supposedly invigorating and good for the circulation. It also recommends consuming distilled spirits like vodka or whiskey that have been aged in the pale. Readers are instructed to cover these jars in a shallow hole just inside the pale and leave them there for 30 to 60 days, depending on, among other benefits, it is alleged to restore a damaged liver. That seems improbable.
Drink your liver healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Should probably get my hands on some of that. What else is there? Is that even possible?
Is it any more improbable than anything else that human beings put their faith in?
Fair enough.
For general health and well-being, readers are encouraged to take regular strolls through the pale. These strolls promise to cleanse the mind of worries and the body of toxins. Especially, this is exactly what you need.
Why is Inland Empire talking about walking naked through the woods?
Well, what is the pale, though?
There's an entire section devoted to cures for men who are struggling
We'll
to
find
perform
out.
their marital obligations.
Well, I
You
certainly
close the
don't need
book
that.
and return it to its place on the shelf.
And Kim is just watching me standing next to me watching like,
Kim's,
what is he on about?
He's just along for the ride.
Several maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol, and a map of Martinaise. The north coast of a verdant island is shattered by the delta of a river. It is the river S. To the east, rolling hillsides, Le Jardin, Stella Marie, the Coudon. It's somewhere to live. Not bad. Then there's Jamrock. It's bad. People shouldn't live there, but they do. Then Forberg. It's almost as bad, and it's so small you can't even see it on the map. No, wait. There it is, north of Jamrock, the strip of coast next to the Greater Revachol Industrial Harbour. It looks downright despondent. It's almost Coal City, to be honest.
And this is where we're at now, right?
Yeah, we're in Martinez, in the city of Revachol.
No, this is somewhere to be. This is all you have. But it's still something. Streets and sodium lights, the sky, the world. You're still alive.
Interesting.
Yeah, we will slowly learn about the locations in this world and what it looks like.
Tattered curtains blocking the way. You see a dimly lit room full of dusty furniture and trash. A doorway stands in the...
She knew you were going back there, but she's scared anyway. Some storeroom.
Painting.
A vaguely androgynous portrait of a man. Really looking at that unmanly haircut threatens your masculinity. The color of the little
strangely timed autosave.
Yeah, what could that mean?
Sorry, what did you say?
Well, two things. So I guess three. Here we can see we don't have a map yet, but you can acquire one. And then on tasks, over on the right, it had officer profile incomplete. If you look at your ledger in the front of using the Kim's car's lights, you can get more stats about yourself. And that will also give us some stats about politics stuff and your capo type.
Ah. So I should do that. That is a good idea.
It's like, I don't think it actually changes any roles, but yeah. Of the things you have available, you can now go into the back of the doomed commercial district or check out your stuff in his headlights. Or you've got the volumetric shit compressor idea completed. So you can check out the body again.
Microphone, a pull-out toolbox.
Yeah, or we could talk to the
of the fuel preheater gauge.
Guy again about why the dead man's clothes are in the dumpster.
Yeah, you can go back and ask Art.
All right, ready? I turn.
The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The lights unfold with a little click.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries.
Ah, Martinez.
He says of the rat passing.
Let me see. Right here.
He says his finger near the top of the map on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean.
Oh yes. Coal City. Le Royaume. The burnt-out quarter.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows. The first row has 18 dots.
Not bad. Well, what about the next?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around. There are so many, it's hard to count. The last row has 3 perforations. That's it.
If you select not bad on that first row of 18, the ledger reprimands you for saying not bad when you don't even know what they mean.
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
You've done this for 18 years? Yeah.
3.
Sure. Go for it.
I don't want to choose that. I'm just reading that one. I walk the land telling whores and liars of the end to come. There are 9,855 days remaining.
Yeah. When you after this, if you take a look at the different like capo types and things, a lot more of the dialogue choices will make sense. You'll get a lot of dialogue choices that are like, this is clearly a hobo cop answer. This is clearly a sorry cop answer. Stuff like that.
Yeah, this is the sorry cop because I went around apologizing all the time.
Right. Yeah.
Fair point. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Wow, more than 200.
Is that a lot?
For 18 years, I mean...
It seems like a lot.
Well, 20... let's round up to 20 years, and that's 10 cases a year?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit more then?
Yeah.
But he was taking two a week?
Yeah, so you would think maybe 100 cases a year, but I mean, I don't know if that means you actually have a case every single week.
Yeah, but he was trying.
He was trying. Kim is impressed by you having more than 200 cases closed.
It's quite a lot. even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
So you're saying I used to be a super cop? I used to be good. There's some solace in that, I guess. What's this last number? Or do you think I can ever re-become this person? Or I don't think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
I was expecting a higher number. Or so I'm a
For
killer.
an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers. And
But
good
it
for
seems as
him.
though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
So here's a question. If I act differently earlier in the game, does it change how many perforations are on these?
Nope.
Okay.
Those statistics, everything that happened before you started playing the game always happened the same way. And the big overall plot, what other people are trying to do and how they move about, those are all the same. It's how you muddle your way through the case and what Harry is making of himself. Oh, shit. Sorry about that. What your character is making of himself after you wake up, that changes.
I mean, with mutton chops like that, I'm not surprised my name is Harry.
Yeah. Well, there's... Apologies, but there's more to it.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Careful.
Yeah. But no, I asked that because I have played games where the choices you make do retroactively change things. Like, there's one I was playing, it was like a dating game, and you get to the end, things are going to happen. You're like, let me take this off, and oh, I'm wearing fancy underwear. And depending on which the choices you make talking to your partner, you're wearing something different at the end of the night.
Sure, yeah.
But it's not like you had a chance to change in the middle either. It's like, no, you put this on 3 hours ago before the date.
Right.
And that's
like the choices that you made along the way are what determined that, even though the game didn't tell you or give you an option.
Yeah, literally the last choice before that.
Yeah.
Like when how you interact with your partner literally determines like what you were wearing earlier, which was odd to me. That was very strange.
There is stuff kind of like that. People will notice what you're saying and how you're saying it, and that will change how they react to you. And that'll happen without the game telling you. So there is a lot of replayability and seeing scenes unfold different ways.
Yeah, I can already see the replayability in this. This is great.
Yeah, it's all over the place. I mean, just imagine if you made like, a character with like 6 and 5 in 2 stats and then 1 in the other 2. You'd have a lot less of some checks popping off, but a lot more of the other voices chiming in. Also, it's snowing now.
Yeah, it is.
Yes. Everyone has their own method of coping, some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Hobbies are lame.
Why not gardening?
Yeah.
You've already got the gloves.
Oh, fuck you, Kim.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
He's seriously like, well, maybe you like gardening. I don't know.
The lieutenant nods.
Though he is quick. It's been discovered
I'll go turn off the lights.
that other characters have their own stat sheets, and some of they have some of the same stats that you do, but some that are very different. For example, like Kim has a couple of stats that are very important to him that are terms we haven't even heard yet. But he also has, clearly a lot of composure and authority.
Yeah. So I have 2 boring cops, 1 moralist, 3 good cop, bad cop, 1 honor, and then the regular statistics.
And then, yeah, the cop statistics they just went over. So being able to view those, it's easy to see where some dialogue choices fall into like a political thing, a copotype, a good cop, bad cop point, or an honor point. Stuff
It's
like
just
that.
only four cop types. It's just superstar, apocalypse, sorry, and boring.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those are the points the game keeps track of. There are which will affect things or change how people interact with you. But also, there are different ideas, like the hobo cop idea you picked up earlier.
Okay.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page.
Thank you, tutorial.
Noob that. All right.
I'm going to go grab a snack real quick. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. You can go to the kitchen now.
Yeah, it's after 1300.
You see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple lock. It's painted blue.
So, hope you all are having fun with this playthrough. I'm definitely going to keep playing this game. I don't know if I'll have time to do it again on stream. Maybe I'll play some of it off stream, do some more of it with collabs with Rad or something. We'll see. But this has definitely caught my eye, and I'm definitely interested in more. But yeah, with my schedule this month, I definitely don't have time for more streams because I'm just going to be doing those 2 Xenogear streams every other week, and then I don't know what I'm going to do December. This new schedule seems to be good for me. I just don't know if it's good for business for streaming, if you know what I mean. But yeah, so next regular streaming night, since the topic is relevant, is actually going to be Monday the 28th, I believe. So after Thanksgiving. So that night I'll be streaming Xenogears. We are engaging in a fighting tournament to distract a bunch of guards, so one of our other characters can go in and take out an entire castle of the guards that are left in order to rescue his cousin, who is a prisoner in there. She's like a Pope Mother Teresa type character. So, good person. We like her. And then following that, I know there's some stuff coming up in later sections that's going to include like a boss gauntlet, and then we're going to be jumping to a new hub for a bit, and there's a lot that goes on with that, with the game at that point. But
okay, I'm back.
Yeah, welcome back. So having a little bit of chat with chat about when my next stream is, which is Monday the 28th. A little bit about my schedule and saying that I would like to return to this. I don't know if I'm going to be doing it on stream because I can very much see myself pulling back into this off stream.
Oh, sure.
I don't know if I have the self-control to not do that. Plus, with the schedule I've got right now of doing 2 streams a week every other week, it's a little bit hard to do anything other than just Xenogears.
I feel that. Yeah, I would say that, like, it's a pretty cool game, but it's very, very big.
About how many hours would you say is like a regular playthrough of this game? ballpark it. Like, I would say Xenogears is a least 50, maybe even an 80-hour game to get through.
I would say probably, I don't know, I would say around 80 to 100 at least. But like, if we're going to kind of continue to blow through, we're not spending like a lot of time trying to investigate every single little dialogue option. We're not reading everything aloud. So that'll speed it up somewhat significantly.
Oh yeah. But
so
okay.
it's large, but we can make it through without spending 200 hours on it easy. There are, let's see, here's a good way to put it. We're maybe halfway through day 1, and there's a lot of stuff you can do. Maybe not even halfway through, maybe more like a third of the way through, because we started off at like 8 or 8:30, and it's currently 1:30. And there are, I want to say, like a full week, 7-ish days of the game.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can go, like, from whenever you wake up at around 8 or 8:30-ish to, like, 2, and I think things pause at, like, 2 in the morning, and everyone just kind of disappears, so you're allowed to spend some time reading or looking at other things, but you can't really progress a whole bunch until you go to sleep for the night. And there are a couple of dream sequences. So
I have to ask this question. What happens if you don't ever go to sleep?
The game, I think you're basically forced to.
I would say, will it knock you out? I figured it would, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it knocks you out. I think you can keep kind of wandering about at like 2 or 3 a.m. and you just can't make progress on a lot of things.
Yeah. But okay. But yeah, let's deal with the kitchen a little bit. Let's ask about the body, and then maybe look in the back alley through her door and see some of what's going on there.
Sure.
That might be a good place to stop it for the night, because I have a feeling we are gonna chat for a while afterwards, because we always do.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
What I would recommend if you want to play the game off stream and like maybe save this to come back later is like, just, you've seen some stuff, you know how the game works, start a new game. Make some different stats. Make some different choices and be a huge asshole to people. Or, like, try to immediately go into taking drugs and drinking and smoking. There's a lot of variety going on. There's not really a way to, like, you know, level off screen, essentially, because all of it is investigating and chatting with people and making progress one way or another. But it's entirely up to you.
Yeah, we'll see.
You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery.
I'll be back to mark my words. I wonder where it leads.
The cobalt blue surface feels rough. Old cobalt paint. Rough on the fingers. 40, 50 years since this was painted, maybe. The door does not budge.
Yeah, because it's a pull door.
It is a pull door. Pretty sure, at least.
It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads?
What do you mean, detective? You're not interested in doors?
Out of duty.
You could find something pertinent to the information, or to the investigation. And, like, murder happened.
But okay, I suppose we could look into it. As a side investigation.
A side investigation?
Sure.
Gart is the person to ask about this. The cafeteria manager.
The game automatically calls side quests side investigations. Because you're a detective, damn it.
Smoking below an exhaust hood. Occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook. As you step in, he nods toward the table and says something in a completely foreign language. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him. Go on. Please. It's not funny.
But what do we know? That could be a slur.
Probably is.
The man puts his cup down and replies something. His left hand drawing arcs in the air. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots in turn.
Proud of his pots. Yeah, sorry. No hablo inglés. Ingo, what can I?
Oh, yes, you should talk to her with Kim.
The door is closed.
You can try.
There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside, a tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
I'm so alone.
Beauty don't abandon.
Yeah.
These are quotes too, so I'm saying them out loud.
Yeah, if it's in quotes, you're saying it out loud.
The door is closed.
Yeah, I'm not gonna try the handle and enter.
After you hear the shower come on, good idea. Kim tries not to look at your broken down bathroom door.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night.
Yeah, so like the days can go on for a while, but you don't actually have to investigate literally everything in the game, and you don't constantly have to push till past midnight. So it's a very, like, loose definition of how long the game is.
Time to save scum this mirror.
Hangs on the bathroom wall.
Oh boy!
In it, your face.
Hey, you've got a pretty okay encyclopedia check, but you need to up electrochemistry to stop making the expression.
It belongs
First try.
The third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that things were good. It was smooth sailing. Forget about ostentatious orchestrations. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression.
So you're copying a disco superstar.
You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic memory, not really. Oh must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band anyway. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. It's a different world now. The expression is a relic.
I love this writing.
Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Le Million. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume Le Million, it doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return.
I don't even thought.
Got a new thought. Guillaume
Can I
Le Million.
Work on more than one at a time?
You can. I think you have 6 open slots right now, and then it will cost a slot to open up any of those triangles above.
So whatever happened to this guy, think about it for a bit, logic will go down.
Head in the clouds.
Yeah.
I think that's a superstar cop thought.
But it won't show me what the solution is, only the problem.
Nope.
Oh, I meant like, yeah, it's not gonna show, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, you only get the solution after thinking about it for that 4.5 hours.
Okay. If I had started earlier, I would have actually had it by now.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tape viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
Right? Looking at the
He
destruction,
takes a
or I'm
step
sorry.
toward the door, like he'd like to leave.
He's unimpressed by the havoc you have wreaked on that room.
Yeah.
Kim is a very straight shooter.
Yeah.
So to speak.
Can I
when it
help
comes to
you?
being a cop, at least.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Maybe you slept-walked them in a fugue state?
What else has keys?
The trash collection service, CS Municipal.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those. Thank you anyway.
Oh, so it just falls apart and let's go?
Yeah, he has no idea.
Okay.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Well, one of you clearly did.
Somebody certainly did. And how can he really vouch for all of his employees? I mean...
He just got here.
Yeah, he's admitted that he doesn't spend a lot of time here. It's a nice thing to say, and a nice sentiment to have. But he's not here all the time.
I think fugue states are more your forte, officer. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh, yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and ducks.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Yeah, no.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it.
You would think it would,
I have cleaned
honestly.
the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Yeah, I believe that bottom
Yes.
one will back out.
Yeah.
You see a heavy steel door with...
So we can't get it at all yet.
Not yet.
Well, that's clearly going to be relevant. And she's been here for hours.
Yep. Well, I mean, she's in a wheelchair. She probably doesn't get around like a ton. But actually, now that I remember something about that wheelchair, that's probably not true at all. But yeah, she's, you know, she's an old lady. She's hanging
And
out.
this kid's been here throwing rocks at a dead body for hours.
Probably
There he
for
still
days.
is, looking right through you.
Hey, look at that. +6 from the thought. Yeah, you can still fail.
There he still is, looking right as you breathe in. The odor comes
There
over
we
you.
go.
It's
Just
the smell of
barely!
blood telling you to run.
Wow.
And your stomach to wring itself empty. With your hands at your sides and your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
They do after 7 days, yes.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins, and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos, the material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast, delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you. These are clearly not boots. They're armor. Possibly.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is under the hill. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
Pointing to Kuno. Maybe he was just wearing the boots? There's no rest of the armor?
The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form. Ageless and synthetic.
But I can't tap on them or interact with them anymore? Damn.
Well, you can knock on the boot or try to
pull
the boot
yeah,
off.
Yeah.
It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabulary, for a full set, about 4 years of wages.
For the northwest
That's some
region of
very
Revachol,
expensive armor.
an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Ka-ching, baby! You can
As a
sell
wage,
those
it's
boots.
regrettably small, but for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot.
How
That's
can you
for
afford
us to
such
find out.
expensive boots?
My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company, but that's just hearsay.
They
pretty
do
advanced
look,
for.
They do look pretty advanced for a security guard.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
So they had to hang him because they couldn't shoot him.
I guess.
Faint.
He's got the rest of his
organic
armor
lines
off,
cover the plates
but that could have
where
happened
they
afterwards.
separate into smaller ones.
Yeah.
These plates then divide into smaller plates until there are, like the scales of some ancient white monster, cracked and pearly. This feels dangerous. Are you sure?
Are
The
you
stench
sure?
fills your nostrils.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal!
you sure you want to yank on those boots?
You're about to pull his head off.
Do it, homo!
Okay, so that's not censored.
Pull his head off. There's no point performing an autopsy if you do. We'll have compromised. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot?
It goes super well with my pants. It's advanced enemy technology. We should conduct research into their weaknesses.
Mm-hmm.
There might be clues inside the boots. You said they're expensive. I thought I could pawn them. Earn some lucre.
Maybe we should concentrate on what's outside the boot and leave what's inside to the boys at processing? Just these ones. Besides, there's no way you're getting them off. All the organic matter in his body has been flowing down into the boots.
Oh.
They are fused to his feet now. Why do you think the local...
You're sure there's a way to peel them off, but first the body needs to be down. And second, it would probably be better if the lieutenant wasn't around.
Sounds like a plan, except Interfacing's idea to steal the boots. Or, that would be dishonorable.
That would be more honor cop.
Yeah, refuse for honor. And then you get to find out what the game thinks about honor.
Sure.
Alright then. You can pay the hostel bill in honor points. How many honor points have you collected? Of course there are. You still feel as though there might be some honor
There are
points.
honor points.
And if there are, you've surely earned one.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation in the morgue, it will yield nothing. But we must pick our fights. Should we continue?
Huh. Wonder what the situation in the morgue is.
I think there are more people you can talk to by calling your department. You haven't triggered it yet.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremity, an intricate web of blue lines stretches across his corpse is marked by stars. Alcohol and heartbreak.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, it reminds me of religious illumination. Last or penultimate, I agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears. Some sort of camera.
Shit, Kuno!
An instant color camera.
He produces 2 metal-capped ampoules and clicks them into place on the side of his apparatus. Then a thin slot shines there.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash,
flashbang,
followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
You got the photo of the tattoos.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute, and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on an intricate web of blue lines
won't let me do
stretches
anything
across
further.
the torso. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt. Big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for towing cargo under 6-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them.
Apparently this is the reinforced kind for air transport.
The local
My
harbor
brain tells me
uses
so.
6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves.
Well, this is a pretty telling detail, huh?
It is.
The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing?
Yeah. Or they might have forgotten to brief me, or my past has undergone total annihilation. Nothing remains.
Stops snowing now, too.
Oh, hey, that was quick. Yeah, there's a couple of different weather patterns that can go into
Then
the
you
game.
should ask me the first moment we get. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt.
That
limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos.
That's interesting.
Yep.
An
There's no
intricate
real marks
web
of them
of
getting
blue
up there by
lines
any other way.
stretches across the torso. His eyes are milky white, and blind, dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has the corpse is dead silent. You have no idea why you just said that.
Dang.
Who is he? He is male, 40-50, with an athletic build.
The corpse looks right through you as you distance yourself. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears dark green in the cold spring air.
Kim, why am I squinting?
Or stop and relax. Either way.
How should I know why you are squinting, officer?
His face and hands are pink. Thighs, too. The rest is greenish? Or stop squinting.
You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins.
So, what do you think?
I think he's dead. I don't know what to think. What do you think?
Something is
Something's
coming
out of him. He's beaten up. See the bruises? Or back off and catch your breath.
I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think.
This is interesting. It was so cold that the ground was frozen. Which means it's below freezing, but the body has 7 days of decomposition.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
It's
One
not like
would
he
think
was
the
totally
cold would-
frozen in ice.
He wasn't, but it was still cold enough that it should retard that process heavily.
It probably did. He's been up there hanging for 7 days at least.
Mm-hmm.
There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first.
I could still say I think he's dead.
Uh-huh.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Literally.
Good.
Yeah. You can turn that on them or try.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I do. Most of them are post-mortem.
Like the
Maybe even
kids.
all of them.
Yup.
The delinquents have made our jobs harder.
Stop talking in riddle.
It means he fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
But we can't repeat anything without saves coming.
Or pumping a point into Inland Empire eventually. Although the second option is to proceed with the investigation and talk about getting him down rather than just looking at him. You can, of course, leave him there and come back later.
Good.
You're going to have to come up with a way to get him down in the first place. If you want to proceed at all.
Because we can't go up the ladder and we...
Nope.
Or we need to get another ladder, or we can't really cut it.
Yeah, it's steel cable reinforced. There is a pair of wire cutters in Kim's car.
In Kim's car, yeah.
Maybe even like bolt cutters.
The steel reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material.
Could saw the
You
branch.
could shoot him down.
You could shoot him down. That's not very boring, cop of you, but it's an option.
Sawing the branch makes no
Climb
sense.
up there and saw the branch?
Yeah, it
there
seems
has
dangerous.
to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
He would come plummeting to the ground, which might cause a lot of unwanted damage.
Also, like, the body's swollen from decomposition. He's gonna land like a body bomb. Pop.
Literal dead weight, and yeah, pieces of him might pop if that happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to say you can't do it. There's more than one way to get him down.
Mm-hmm.
Like asking for help from the harbor. They put him up there. Maybe they have some tools to get him down. And you haven't really talked to any of them yet.
I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appear to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Someone else? You mean like the police?
Yeah, let's call the cops. Or, oh wait, you have a point. Or, I mean someone who's below detective.
Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast.
You can always try shooting him down.
No. We can't... So we either say don't get him down, shoot him down, which I don't think he's going to like, or the harbor, which I don't really want to do.
Well, you don't have a gun, but Kim might be able to try shooting him down.
Yeah! Bang bang time!
How? Yes, the buckle, where it ties the cargo belt to the tree.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain the Kuno with some shit.
Don't miss!
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea.
So, we could convince Kim to try and shoot it. Tell him it's a bad idea. Tell him to let you try to shoot it. Or just don't do anything.
Let him choose.
That's a safe option.
You could basically encourage him, discourage him, take over, give him a minute, and...
Or be like, actually, this... I don't know. Maybe that's not a great idea. 2 and 5 are kind of similar, but I think 5 is the... like,
5 is basically, yeah, we're not doing it, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking either 1 or 4.
Sure. I mean, kind of sounds like you want to say 1. But letting him decide is the nice thing to do. Either way.
Yeah.
Silence. With his and produces a lightweight firearm.
He's gonna do it!
In the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle load. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
Easy does it.
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast.
He
that
takes the
echoes off
shot.
The walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air as the lieutenant steps back and says to himself,
I also just got to follow. Thank you, Deathless Hardner. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow.
Yeah, thank you, Deathless.
God damn it.
Did he miss?
He misses.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his...
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised.
He looks around.
Any
The
more
window's
mistakes
overlooking
could
the
put
yard.
us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance.
Can I have the gun? Or the same options you had before?
That is a thick tree branch, though.
Yeah, I think they said they were shooting.
They're trying to shoot the buckle, yeah.
The belt buckle, yeah. So it's a conundrum.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not
And he's gonna let you
Just
try.
I only have 1.
This is the sorriest pair of...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
Goddamn Kuno S.
A cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is...
The fuck are you waiting for? for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you
Look at option number 4.
Mm-hmm.
The game will let you do that.
I'm sure.
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming it.
Look, he's crying. You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty?
Yeah, she likes that a little bit too much.
Yeah, she does. Oh, but it's a 28% red check.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. Enough gunslinging for today. We need to
Safe.
access the harbor.
Saves you a
and ask
bullet.
the leader of the Union to have it taken down. They have the tools, and they have men. I did not want us to be indebted to Evrard Clare. I wanted us to be able to deal with it ourselves.
You need to suck my dick. Why the fuck am I still alive?
The leader of the Union. A dangerous
Just
and
the
corrupt
hardest.
man. One you don't want to be indebted to.
Well, time to go talk to Evrard. And the Union.
An
Interact with the
intricate
tat
web
stick.
of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man. From the right shoulder to the solar plexus. The pattern still cut.
Before I do that, save.
Yeah, always a good option. There's no real combat in the game, but man, are you still encouraged to save, like, frequently.
An intricate web of blue lines stretch. The pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it. Gone. For you to discover. Someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
The bookstore lady, maybe?
Maybe. There is definitely, I want to say, at least 2 people.
Oh, yeah, this is a cryptozoologist lady, maybe.
Yeah, I guess. She's knowledgeable on things.
This guy's been sleeping here all day.
Yes, he has. And that guy's new?
Mm-hmm.
It's all about money, you know. Okay, so not a normal, or not like an interactable NPC. Just some liberal.
Hello again, sweetie.
Ah.
No.
Can't ask her about the tattoos. Yeah, there are 2 people for sure that you can ask about that photo and the tattoo design. You haven't met either of them.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you can ask Plaisance about the tattoos over in the bookstore.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind? Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. The bosses, man.
Makes sense. First work, then pay. I don't know who these bosses think they are, but it sounds like a good arrangement
Yeah, it
for
sure ain't
them.
good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had saved 4 myself.
I think you can zoom out a little bit more than this.
Yes?
Yeah, I can. Oh, yeah, you're supposed to tell me about the case.
What
Oh,
do you
yeah.
want to know? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a... You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality.
Okay.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who get. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
He volunteered to not make a mess of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Are you a super cop, an apocalyptic omen, someone with an unbelievable kill count, which you already know to not really be the case?
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe you just don't want to speculate.
The silence carries.
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist. Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoil sport.
And he's happy with that.
I love Kim.
He's fun.
I love Kim.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter.
Hey.
Forget I ever mentioned it.
More XP. I have enough to level things too.
Yeah, you've got a point, and you're 30 XP away from another one.
Where can I see the total number of points I have to spare?
In the bottom right, you have experience 70 out of 100, and then next to skill points, there's 1 diamond.
Oh, the diamond number. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
What do you want to know? No, it's not a particularly mysterious case. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together.
Supernatural.
I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Yeah, you, I think, can convince him that it's mysterious. Right. It's not mysterious, but maybe it's sexy. Your character has opinions. Something about you wants it to be supernatural, or mysterious,
Anyhow,
or sexy.
Let's get back to the case. Was there anything else you wanted to know? Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found.
Anonymous caller.
Martinez. An anonymous caller? During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines, a security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that.
Yep, the workers are the police around here.
Mm-hmm.
Or let me just make this perfectly clear. Our job here is to find the killer?
Well, also, yes, of course, I understand everything. I still don't understand anything.
Right.
That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia,
Let
is
me
the
get
police
my
force you and him are part of.
headphones plugged in.
A self-organized peace corps
Sure.
of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within a legal twilight, yet its authority is rarely questioned. It's super useful to know this.
It may or may not be super useful to know this. You're the cops, kind of, sort of. They work different here.
Yeah. I'm gonna need to get myself a new set of headphones because this set has been annoying me for a while.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, it's wireless, but it has a USB dongle, but because it does that, it doesn't show me like the charge and a Bluetooth menu, and Feels like
Oh,
the
sure.
card just burns out super fast all the time, and it's annoying. I'm gonna look for something for Black Friday when it comes out next week.
Yeah, I've got a Steel Series set that I've been thoroughly pleased with. They're also wireless with a USB dongle for power, and if I've got that plugged in, occasionally they'll make the Windows plug in and unplug sound kind of rapidly, or actually even like turn off if that happens somewhat frequently. But the power lasts for like more than 24 hours straight, and they sound fantastic.
God. I'm so jealous of that. These I question for like more than 6, like 5 hours is what we're pushing now.
Mm-hmm.
Where we're getting close to that, and I'm like, these could be dying. I don't know.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Which
only
sucks is
time
they're actually
I've...
Razer brand, which they should be decent, but
Yeah, they make... I mean, I don't really know too much about Razer headphones. They make great mice and keyboards, though.
All right. So this is an interesting question here, because are we here to find the killer, or are we here to solve the case?
Yeah, what does
Necessarily
Harry even know? Oh, damn it, I did it again. What does your character even know about solving a case?
Well, no, more of just like objectives, like thinking of it in terms of like, what are we doing to fix this? Like,
Right.
Are we here to find and arrest the killer? Are we here to just find the killer and report them to someone else? Are we, are we trying to take somebody into custody, or are we just trying to identify them, or are we
Right.
just
Will
going
the
through?
stations be satisfied by just gathering so much information?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you do have to default to the Union.
And that's 10 XP to ask that question.
Yep. So I think 1 is like going back to that case information, and 3 is going back to like various other things you can ask Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no, really, I can't remember literally anything. Or trying to talk about him. Or just saying, you seem to be following me.
No response. He just arches his brow.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired of hearing about your personal affairs.
Really? You look fine to me.
I'm talking serious, unbelievable damage. I saw myself in the mirror and had no idea who I was.
Of an officer.
Psychodrama.
Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. Was there anything else you wanted?
Yeah, I want to know, how the hell did I get here? It just occurred to me, he's got a car. Where's my car?
That's a good question. Where is your car?
Probably with my gun and my badge.
Yeah. Hopefully. It'd be real nice if they were all right next to each other.
Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know?
Tell me a secret.
Yeah, maybe be careful about that second one.
See, I was kind of gonna go that way, but I figured, yeah. That's the whole, like, this sounds racist, except I don't understand what racism is.
Yeah, it's, I mean...
I think I hit the nail on the head with that. My character is the only person in the world who could technically get away with saying, I don't see whatever this identifier is, and not be lying.
Right. He at
It's
this
still
point, he
wildly
might not be
offensive to
lying
people.
by being like, what's this whole race thing about? I don't get it. Different people look different. But things are clearly more complicated than that.
Mm-hmm.
And we've already found, say, for instance, a racist mug and some very sexist children.
That too, yes.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Of note, a physical instrument success would, implied here, to be like, make fun of him for wearing glasses. That's a good failure.
Stupid. That's a dick move.
Yup.
Come on,
Yes, it
physical
is.
instrument.
Well, physical instrument likes things to be fit.
You feel a slight urge to put them down? No, I don't.
Glasses are cool, I guess.
Are they? They're mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
What do you mean,
Failed
normal?
perception check.
Right?
What do you mean?
You know,
I
like
have
when you're
no
thinking.
idea what you're talking about.
That's a fun thing. Different people like have different thinking processes in real life. And so Kim, unlike you, does not have a bunch of voices in his head feeding him facts and information and persuasions.
Yep.
I can't say that it does, no. When I need to think, I just use my notebook.
The lieutenant produces his small blue. You're super lucid, yet psychedelic. You don't need office supplies to connect to your nervous system. You're special.
And barely succeeded electrochemistry.
Barely succeeded. It's not wrong, though. You do occasionally have conversations with your reptilian brain and limbic system.
Yep.
No.
Just no.
Ask again?
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. It's like you're locked down.
What could that
Something the
be?
matter, detective?
Yeah.
What's going on? It's like you're a puppet in his hands.
It's almost like Kim's authority check succeeded, and you don't get to ask him that again.
Interesting.
The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Good. Let's change the subject.
It's low, but I'll roll it anyways.
Sure, it's a white check. You can bump logic later.
Look at you.
You fucker!
Boom! Hit it right on the money.
Precinct 57.
They sent you as an insult.
But I had like 200 finished cases.
You've got a lot of finished cases, and you really haven't, like, killed a lot of people and bragged about it. You actually solve a lot of cases. So, what? No, that can't be right. Or, it makes more sense than other stuff I thought of.
Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing his stained disco glove. You weren't sent here to win.
Share the thought
Music
with
just
Kim
got
or
really
not?
loud for me for some reason.
Yeah, it's a lot louder than it was before. I still wouldn't call it loud, but it's picked up, for sure. This is kind of like the normal outside world music, too.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's only a theory.
I think it was for succeeding that check and kind of figuring out an internal thing.
Maybe.
Super close.
On the way home. Yeah. 11 minutes left.
Not bad. Talk to one person, that'll probably take the time. Yeah, we haven't been southwest at all. Northeast, I think you've kind of seen, is a bit like where the strike's going on. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off.
Interesting.
They did say, someone said that the gate down here was temporarily closed.
Yeah, the lorry drivers.
Mm-hmm. Hey, fingerless gloves. I don't know if you want to pump electrochemistry or not, but...
I don't.
Yeah. But, you know, in case you need to, they're there. Waterlock out of order until Wednesday, 7 a.m. I think it's Monday, but I forget. Roy's Pawn Shop. Fast cash for faster times. And some people to chat with.
Or a bench I can just sit on.
Mm-hmm. And even more, the Northwest.
Alright.
Mon Dieu. How much can a man whine, Gaston? Coin-operated viewer has been banged up irreparably.
Darn it, it keeps... Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, you only have little thoughts in, like, specific areas. Like, I think if you're basically standing on top of the balls they're playing with over there, you'll have a thought about the ball game they're playing. Hey.
Hey, good money.
Yeah, that's a good find.
Yeah.
Nothing I can't do. I'm a job for every man.
Oh, I finally got a bag I can use for collecting scrap or something.
You can, and if you equip that, you can finally see scrap or tear on the ground. Yeah, I think you can put it in either hand. Yeah, you don't actually have to have the hobo cop thought to go around picking up trash. Luckily, there's quite a lot of trash.
Yeah, it's not even showing up as something I can pick up. It's just like...
It literally...
Oh, you click on it.
I think if you hold down tab, it'll show up, but only if you're holding the bag.
This viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the...
Money's at a bit of a premium.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to come by in the beginning.
In southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onut written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
That says
Under the
Kuno
graffito,
backwards.
A sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks. You know this to be the Star of Periconesus, or the Cairo. The central symbol of the Periconesian church, a star, the church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the
That
large
church
wooden building, you see
is
chunks of sea ice
amazing.
gathered on the beach, and a small tent sets up on the ice. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It
Probably some kids.
a simple but clever solution to ruin in a coin-operated viewer. It took ingenuity.
Interfacing is proud of how they screwed up that viewer. The book appears to be erotica, but without actual erotica.
Hello, sir.
Just the
Step
thing
right
you
in.
noticed.
The store is open.
I am the law.
Yeah, you can walk around saying that to a few
Interested
people.
in a new and exciting book? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside, minding. Feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
Praise her for her hard work. Like, maybe
Thank you, sir.
criticize
I'm happy to help
free
Mum out
market
with the store.
or her mom making her stand out here.
Mm-hmm.
I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running.
What is school even?
Yeah. You can be like
Mum says
concerned
it's
that she's not in
necessary to
school
do
or
both,
criticize school
because it
or
builds
not
character.
know.
Mum says a proper worker is
Yeah.
dutiful. That's how you get ahead in life. You succeed.
There is stress and unease behind these words. She's reciting etiquette.
What is this crime business? What's romance? Who are famous people? All right, never mind. See you around.
All right, I think that's where we should probably cap it because it's like 10:15 and we've been going for 3.5 hours.
We've been going for 4.5 hours, I think.
Oh yeah, 4.5. Sorry,
By my count.
I can't even read it properly.
Yeah, that's fine. You've met Kuno and Kuno S. You've seen the body.
And I've found several people lying to my face.
You have found many people lying to your face. Some you don't even know.
Many that I don't know because I literally didn't perceive the guy smoking in front of me that I asked for a cigarette.
Yeah, that's very true. And there's some others. There's a lot of stuff. Again, like there's a bunch of different ways to play this game, and you're going to miss things no matter how you play it. But yeah, this is as good a place as any. We're pretty close to one other really cool conversation, but it can take some time. And there's the Doomed Commercial District. There's that entire south area to kind of look through. There's going up north towards the harbor and the Union. So yeah, there's a lot going on here, but the game takes its time, for sure.
Yeah. But thank you for recommending this to me. Because don't think I mentioned this on earlier on stream, but yeah, this was a game Rad recommended to me, and then like 2 days after he recommended it, it went on sale on Steam. So I'm like, yeah,
that was lucky.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you for the recommendation.
Absolutely. I'm glad
I mentioned. Yeah, me too. I mentioned earlier that my next streaming day is going to be Monday the 28th for some more Xenogears. What about yourself? When are you next playing something?
Tomorrow, most likely. Let's see. I finished off Signalis recently. So that is off the schedule. I really want to finish Ender Lilies because I also want to hop into a little long worked on platformer called Ghost Story that came out recently. That was very, very anticipated. Hey, Jay.
You finished Xenoblade, right?
I have not finished Xenoblade. I was going to do that today, but in all honesty, I will probably like cook some dinner and then maybe play Ender Lilies later. Because like Xenoblade, I'm torn between wanting to get a bunch of like side quests lined up to go on stream, and I just haven't done that, or jumping straight into the end because I'm right up against the end, but there's like a bunch of other side quest stuff to do. But also there's like a ton of side quest stuff in that game. It's kind of crazy. So that's on the docket, but I don't know how soon I'm going to get to it.
Fair enough.
So I'm kind of in between some things right now. I'm definitely going to be doing Ender Lilies probably tomorrow, but maybe also tonight. And I haven't really lined up too many things outside of Ender Lilies Ghost Story and Xenoblade. I also play like a decent amount of I play like a lot of Warframe and Monster Hunter and some Overwatch, usually off stream, but sometimes on stream.
Mhm.
And so without having my schedule made, I don't really know. But yeah, probably Ender Lilies most coming up soonish.
Yeah, plus you play a bunch of Guilty Gear too on stream. So
Oh yeah, I play a moderate amount of Guilty Gear, sometimes off stream, more on stream. All of those games, except for Warframe, which I've pumped way too many hours into, I wish I played more on stream. I should play more either Overwatch or Guilty Gear, because I've got a lot of room for improvement on both. But they're both a ton of fun. But I'm also like a variety streamer, and I like playing a bunch of different stuff. So
yeah, I get that.
I'm kind of all over the place. But I'm
So here's a
excited to
fun-
see you come back and play Xenogears.
Yeah, I'm enjoying getting back to that again and seeing it again with some fresh eyes, like years and years later. But here's actually a fun thing. I was just looking in Steam. My library had a notification for new items because of trading cards. I got 3 Kims.
Oh yeah.
3 Kims, a Feld building, which I don't know what it is, and then Doom Spiral, whatever that is.
Wow, those are kind of spoilery. Feld is... You saw like the guy with the lorry that had Fallen labeled on the side. Fallen is like a company that exists in the world, and then Feld is another one. I think it may be defunct and out of business, but that's neither here nor there, and something we discover later. And then Idiot Doom Spiral is a character, and boy is he a character.
And then 3 Kims was just what was interesting to me, because I'm just like, 3 Kims? Really?
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like the other people I can get one of the kids, a couple other people I haven't met yet. I can get, looks like myself?
Maybe, which might also be a huge spoiler, except I accidentally spoiled part of that already.
Give me the first name. Yeah, Kuno is one. Another is Ruby. Then
wow,
Sealig.
The
gardener.
Mm-hmm.
Manana. Madman. Logistician. Sensitive. Oh, it's Madman.
Like skills.
Yeah. Those are the default ones.
Yeah. Okay.
So Madman, Logistician, Sensitive, Fishing Village, Feld Building, The Island, and Pale Worker.
Yeah. Okay. Man, some of those you're not going to hear about for a long time. It's really weird that Steam would do that, but Steam's got a reputation for that.
Well, it's whatever the company decided to put in its cards, so they voluntarily put famous characters in.
That too.
But
yeah, J Hank, you kind of came at the end here. We're wrapping up, but hey, I appreciate you dropping by. The game is fantastic, in my opinion. There's a ton of writing and options, and so far, Deus has been playing it safe, but that's fine. That's fine for a first playthrough. If you want to go more wild on second playthroughs or later playthroughs, I think that's a good way to approach it. We already talked about save scumming's fine, failure is also fine. And we saw a lot of interesting stuff and not a lot of wild stuff. And that's okay. There's plenty yet to come.
Yeah, and some of that wild stuff was just I missed because I'm not playing wild. Like I could have pointed the gun at the kid, I could have hit the kid.
Yeah, you could have done either of those things. And it's a nice moral option to not do that. But wow, the way they respond when you do.
But yeah, no, it's entertaining because I definitely for most games I tend to play pretty straight laced for the first playthrough. And then I'll go off the rails more later or more for a second playthrough.
Sure.
I tend to be pretty Paragon, so
that's a pretty alright way to look at it, honestly. There's more going on here than just like a Renegade Paragon track. Because clearly the game is keeping track of basically 3 or 4 different tracts. What type of cop you're being, what type of political alignment you have, and then a few other things. But I mean, I think that's fine. The first time I played through it, I definitely didn't touch any drugs, didn't touch any alcohol, anything like that. Because you wake up and your character has gotten so powerfully hungover that they don't remember anything about themselves or the world. Maybe it's a good idea for them to not, like, go hard on the drinking and the drugs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you get a different experience if you do. Electro-Kim sure loves it if you do.
Yeah, Electro-Kim is very insistent that I do that.
Yeah. You'll see... We will get... I mean, you're playing a balanced thing, so it'll depend on what equipment you're wearing at the time. Perhaps more largely than, like, a build that leans more one way or the other. But you will definitely see things like authority keep on popping in, or just all the other skills. There are tons that we missed, but you got a nice, good, even blanket of a lot of them.
Yeah. A bland everyman for this stage of the game is what I'm kind of leaning in the direction of.
And that's fine, because that's specific. Like, you can still see wild stuff playing boring cop. That's like a specific, already laid out type of path for you to follow.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it means some of your skills won't really like that, like, the game has specific stuff that only boring cop will see.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Sorry Cop, same with Apocalypse Cop.
What the hell is Apocalypse Cop? Is that just like crazy gunfire violence, man? Like, what does that even mean?
No, you don't get too many options to shoot the gun. But as you find out more about your character's past and about the world, it'll make more sense. It's very, very out of left field in the very beginning, right? You saw a couple of options where you're like, I am the Void Revenant, or I am the end, a great bloodletting will happen, there are less than 10,000 days left. And you're like, what? Why? What is this and why is it here? But as you find out more about the world, and as you find out more about the things your character was doing immediately prior to arriving here in Martinez, and kind of what sent them down this negative spiral, a lot of that makes more sense. So it's less guns blazing, threatening everybody style, even though Shivers and Half-Light and like Pain Threshold and all the other red stuff is very much on there, like on the physical spectrum. It's less inherently fists swinging wildly violent as much as it is like someone just holding up a sign saying the end is nigh, but having more of a basis in reality for why they're saying that. Like, I guess what I will say is we saw the Pale mentioned once, but we don't know anything about it. And that's a very big aspect of the world that this takes place in.
Interesting. Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to finding out more.
Yeah, it's super cool.
But probably should sign off for the night. Let me see if there's somebody I can raid on my end.
we could talk for another 10 minutes or half an hour easy. But
certainly
I'll
will
refrain.
after that. Yeah, I don't have anybody that I follow that I would like to send a raid to right now. So, but yeah. Thanks again for the recommendation, Rad, and I will see chat and Twitch again in a little more than a week.
Bye, Twitch.
And nice seeing you again, YouTube. I had fun today, and I had fun popping in during Rad's Guilty Gear stream.
Yeah.
It was fun to pop in and just chat for a bit.
Yeah. We chatted about the Game Awards. You can come watch my previous Guilty Gear stream if you're interested.
Yes, we had opinions. But anyway, I'm going to sign off for the night. Thank you, everybody. I hope you had a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever it is in your part of the world. Take care of yourselves out there, and I will see you later.
Big Sim. Rad Mahou, everyone. Thanks for dropping by, J. Hank, and I will see y'all next time.